The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free.
For the mutual sequestration order is still in place. That means anyone who is on YouTube or viewing this from streaming, you must exit the courtroom if you are a witness on this case. And that goes for everyone in the courtroom as well. If you plan or you are told that you may testify, you are to exit the courtroom now. And that's, of course, with the exception of the officer in charge.
Thank you, Judge. And just on that point as well, I did notice when I came into the courtroom this morning that former DPS officer Jarvis Butts, who is now working at 36, was in the courtroom. He stated he would not be in the courtroom, but just because we'll be facing this way, you can keep, or your staff can keep an eye on this. I don't think it's going to be an issue. I think he's fully aware, just so that the court is aware of that as well.
Okay, I did see him, and he's no longer in here.
And he's not in here.
So I can see the door, so I will make sure that he's not.
Thank you, Judge. And then the second preliminary matter is that the people would move to admit people's proposed Exhibit 61, which is the subscriber information for the phone number ending in 8719 that Sergeant O'Rourke testified to, as well as the underlying raw data that she testified to as well. And it is certified under 8036 and 90211.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay. That's Exhibit 61, correct?
That's correct, Judge. Thank
Okay,
you.
it will be admitted.
Thank you. And with that, the people are ready to call their first witness.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, we would call Detective Lisa Johnson. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Good morning, Detective Lisa Johnson,
And how are you employed?
Detroit Police Department,
And how long have you been employed by Detroit Police Department?
26 years.
And are you assigned to a specific unit or division?
Right now, homicide cold case.
Detective Johnson, can you pull that microphone down so that everyone can hear? Thank you.
And were you working back in February of 2024 in homicide cold case?
Yes,
Okay. And did you get the chance to assist in the investigation of, at that time, missing Messiah Harris?
I did.
Okay. And I want to take you to the location of 20,000 Harper. Oh, you're okay. Did your assisting in the investigation take you to that location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
Park Crest Hotel.
Okay. And do you recall when about you went there?
Sometime in February.
Okay. And it's in 2004, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. And when you went there, what is it that you did?
We spoke to the clerk that was on duty at the time, and we requested the ledger for January.
And did you receive anything from the ledger from January?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what is it that you received?
There was a sign-in sheet filled out by Mr. Butts.
Okay. And did you take a copy of that sign-in sheet?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Proposed Exhibit 19?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 19. Can you tell me, you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the receipt that you received from the Park Crest Inn as it relates to Mr. Butts?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 19.
No objection.
Okay, we admit it as People's 19.
Thank you, Judge. And looking at that receipt, who is it that checked out a room?
Jarvis Butts.
And is there a address associated with that?
Yes, there is.
And without reading the numbers of the address, what street is that on?
Wilshire Drive. Yes.
And is there a user account listed on line 20 for an email?
There is.
And what kind of email is that?
It's a Gmail?
And is there the actual email address listed in that section as well?
Yes.
And what's the email address for the Google or Gmail account?
Jarvis Butts 82@gmail.com.
And going to line just a couple down on 24, is there an account listed on line 24 of the user account section?
Yes.
And what is that for?
This is an Instagram ID account.
And is there a user ID or a username associated with that Instagram account?
There is.
And can you read that?
J-O back to the money.
And is that all one word?
It is.
And then is each Instagram account associated with a unique identifying number?
Yes.
And is that number, that unique identifying number, listed on line 24 that you're looking at right now?
Yes, in the second column, there it says user ID.
And just read those numbers for the record.
2628545051.
And just in general, in preliminary device reports, are some contacts that was in the phone listed as well? Maybe not in all of them, but just that happened in some preliminary device reports.
Not in the preliminary device report is just specific to the device information. So in other sections of the phone extraction, there would be other information.
Contacts that the person entered into the phone or communicated
Yes,
with.
yes, that would just be in different areas, not in the preliminary device information.
May I have one more?
Yes.
And just a couple questions based on your experience performing phone extractions. Is it possible to recover things that have been deleted from it? And is that a guarantee that you're always going to get all of the deleted content from a phone?
No,
Can you just talk about that very briefly?
so there's any number of variables that could impact the ability to get deleted information. So it could be make, model of the phone, the software version of the phone, whether or not that phone is supported on the equipment used, a number of different things, if we have the passcode or not. And the possibilities are long.
And does someone going into their phone and actually deleting like a text message or photo affect whether it's going to be recovered?
Yes, it can.
Where, after someone deletes like a text message, for example, where would that go into the phone, where it may or may not still be able to be recovered?
So it depends again on what the make and model of the phone is and what the version is. Because the phones change all the time with different updates, it could be in different places. Usually would go into like an unallocated space or into the trash can. Where the user can't see it, but it could still be in that trash can or in the deleted files on the phone that the user doesn't necessarily see, but would still be available possibly through extraction.
And that's not, is that a guarantee that if they're there, they'll be recovered, or is that trash can or unallocated space overwritten as time goes on?
It can't, well, so there are no guarantees. It can be overwritten. It may not be an area that, it may not be a device that's supported to attempt to recover deleted. So it could be any, there are never any guarantees with it. There's a lot of variables that would play into the abilities.
Thank you. I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Good morning, Detective Markham. Now, you say that at the time you were assigned to phone extraction,
Correct.
have you been reassigned since then?
Yes.
Okay, where are you currently assigned?
The third precinct,
Any particular division?
the investigative, the precinct detective.
Okay. So on this particular case, your job was strictly phone extraction.
Correct.
You did no investigation on this case, correct?
Correct.
I think you testified on direct that you received several phones. Do you know how many phones you received in this case?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Did anyone in particular order you to do the extraction on the phone?
Well, that was, at that time, my only, position at homicide. So to order me or to just do?
In
what
this
my-
particular case, Did the OIC say here, these phones are a particular possible evidence in this case? So were there an order to extract the evidence in this phone, in these cases?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by order, like, did somebody order, like, verbally tell me to do something, or are you talking?
So you weren't
search warrant
directed
order?
to search these phones? You were just your overall duties, you just searched the phones?
Well, I do the extraction, the data extraction on the phone.
Okay. Were you told a particular a suspect to look out for on this case?
No, I don't have information on the case, I do the extractions, and then return the reports to the officer in charge or the, or that team that is working on the case.
Okay. So you extracted all the information from the phone, and I think you've already testified, you used Cellbrite to download the information?
Yes, Cellbrite was, Cellbrite was the main tool
Okay.
that was used.
And I think you already testified that there are times that you don't get all the information.
Correct,
It may not be a complete download.
correct.
You may get pieces with other parts we just don't have. Correct?
Yes, that is always possible.
Okay. You turned over all the reports, correct? And I think you testified that for the phone number ending 8719,
Yes.
you downloaded the information from that? Did you get a passcode for that?
If I could see the supplement that I did for that, I could let you know.
Yeah, Coach Young?
Yes.
On the 8719, there was a passcode provided.
So you did not have to, like a proper term, break into the phone.
Correct,
The passcode was provided.
yes,
Where'd you get the passcode from?
from the officer in charge when the phone was brought up.
I think you testified that you found a couple of emails, correct? And that phone,
Yeah,
email accounts.
in that device, in the preliminary device information, it gives that basic information about the accounts or Apple ID.
It doesn't give you information on who was using the phone, I mean, using those email addresses, correct?
Correct,
So there's no way of knowing who used those accounts, correct?
correct.
And of course, there's no way to know who was using the phone when the data was created in the phone, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
I have another question.
Before you call your next witness, I want to check on the case.
Hello.
Ms. Frederick? Good morning. I'm sorry, good morning, Judge. How are you? I'm okay, how are you? Fine. Who do you have today? I'm just doing time between exams. Okay, thank you. Just right in the hallway or not?
You should see. Sure.
Ms. Ray, do you have any information on Canon yet?
Dismissal.
Okay. All right, we'll go with those. Even, I'll talk to Mr. Well, it's Ms. Cameron. Her attorney is out right but we'll go with that. Okay, so let's do the Senate paperwork. Okay. Yes. All right. And Cameron is not in custody, right? No. She in hallway, right?
Yeah, she should be.
Yeah, I think she in hallway.
Can you have Ms. Cameron come in so we can do them right after this waiver?
Kaylin Cameron.
Caitlin Cameron.
Let's take his cup out this one. No, you can't see her. Yes, she's.
Are you Ms. Cameron? Have a seat. We're gonna call your case next.
She's in the she's in everything you're saying right now, everyone can hear you, and it needs to get done.
Ready on the record on
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Swain? Okay. This is case 2461182, the people of state of Michigan versus Anthony Renee McSwain. Charged with count 1 weapons, firearms, possession by a prohibited person. Count 2 weapons, felony firearm. Count 3 assault and dangerous weapons, felonious assault. Count 4 weapons, felony firearm. Count 5 domestic violence. With an habitual offender, second offense notice is set today for a preliminary examination. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jack Duhan for Mr. McSwain, Neighborhood Defender Service, P number 84871.
State your name, sir.
Anthony R. McSwain.
Thank you. I have an executed waiver form. Is it correct Mr. McSwain is waiving his exam today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor. I would want to put on the record, though, that a complaining witness is present in the court. She is right outside of this court building in the first witness room. She checked in with the court and the court let me know and I let defense counsel know.
Okay. Mr. McSwain, I am going to ask you some questions. If you can't hear me or if you don't understand my question, stop me and let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it correct you are waiving your preliminary examination today?
Yes, that'd be my, yes, I didn't do anything to this one, ma'am, Your Honor. Yes, I'm, yes,
She's
I'm
asking
waiting.
if you want to hold the hearing or not.
I don't want to hold the hearing.
Okay. Do you understand that you have the statutory right to a preliminary examination? Meaning by state law, you understand if you wanted to have your exam today, you could. You understand that?
Yes, but I didn't do that.
Do you also understand that if you were to hold your exam today, the people would have to show at the probable cause standard that all of the felonies I just read off were committed in Detroit and that you probably committed those crimes? You understand that?
Yes,
And that by waiving your preliminary examination, that means that people do not have to present any evidence today at the probable cause standard. Understood?
yes,
Knowing that information, do you still wish to waive your exam?
yes, sir.
Did anyone force you or threaten you to waive your exam?
Okay, okay,
Did anyone promise you anything for you to waive your exam?
okay.
Okay, I find waiver to be freely, understandingly, and voluntarily given. You'll be bound over to Third Circuit Court Your arraignment on the information date is January 15th at 9:00 a.m. He has on here a $25 person.
I believe there's a tether, there's also a tether requirement.
Okay, this tether requirement was put on here December 27th.
Yes.
You're waiting on the tether still?
No, I'm not. And
I believe you are,
Yes.
because it's on a personal bond and you're.
I have no tether.
No,
Right,
that's,
because you're in custody.
what she means is the tether unit hasn't released, it can't provide an address.
I have no contact. I stay by myself.
Okay,
I have a home.
all right, so what I will do is I will sign another order today for a
Okay.
tether. You should still be in custody. If you order. Mr. McSwain. Part of your bond, of course, is no contact with the complainant on this case. Do you understand that? No contact with the complainant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else for the record?
No, Judge, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're all done with Mr. McSwain?
I'll come see you in a couple hours.
Okay, and Ms. Cameron? $15. I always have it. Is correct, your attorney is not present? That's correct? Okay, so my understanding, and Ms. Drain can confirm the complaint is not present. So I'll give you the option, you can wait for your attorney, or you can move forward with the dismissal without your attorney. Okay, I'm gonna ask you on the record again, just to make sure, okay? This is case 2461065, the people of the state of Michigan versus Galen, Shania, and Cameron, charged with count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, weapons, firearms, reckless use, count 3, domestic violence, set for a preliminary examination today. Appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
State your name, Ms. Cameron. And Ms. Cameron, I did ask you off the record, I will ask you again. Are you okay with moving forward without your attorney present for the sole purpose of the dismissal today? Yes. You understand you have a right to an attorney if you want to have one today, correct? Yes. You gotta speak up. Yes. Ms. Drain, are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time for the exam. They are not present and I cannot proceed without their testimony today.
Because the people are not ready to move forward and cannot move forward today, I will dismiss without prejudice. Ms. Cameron, you have a tether on? Yes. I will put on your dismissal paperwork to remove your tether. And make sure you wait in the hallway for a copy of this, once you get your tether removed, okay? Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
We're off the record. Where's the next one? None of these are just- Yeah, oh, the right there. Thomas Clifford and Company for us. I'll send it over to the tether unit so we can get it tethered up. We'll probably wait on a time. With the plans.
Not getting check in.
I know.
She's checking in on 11. Oh, her. These are those. Another class this year. Just waiting on the defendant, attorney Pearl. Yeah. Okay, that's gonna be one for. Oh, yeah. So Johnny, getting the. Next piece, if you're all ready, you can go back to it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
How you doing?
Okay, why don't you step come into the witness box? Are you ready, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Judge. You state your name for the record,
My name is Omar Reyes.
and what do you do for a living, sir?
I am currently the interim deputy chief medical examiner for Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6 years.
And what is your role at that office?
I perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death.
And do you have certain education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that education?
I'm a physician by occupation and forensic pathology by specialty. I attended medical school at Damascus University in Syria. After that, I moved to the U.S. where I did my residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. Following that, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Medical College of Wisconsin and passed the board examination in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And is that two separate board certifications?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just separate those out?
Yes, so I passed the board examination for anatomic and clinical pathology and the board examination for forensic pathology, so I'm certified in both.
And then, is that while you were working at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
No, before.
Okay, and then you started working there?
Yes.
And for the last 6 years, has it been your primary role or one of your main roles is to perform autopsies?
Yes.
And are you currently practiced or licensed to practice medicine in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And have you testified as an expert in this field before?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Dr. Reyes as an expert in forensic, anatomical, and clinical pathology.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object. I don't see the relevance of Dr. Reyes' testimony in this matter. We haven't heard anything that he's performed an autopsy. That would be the matter of his expertise.
Judge, I believe that as an offer of proof, Dr. Reyes is going to testify to a review of Ms. Aya's medical records that he was provided and his opinion as to those records. I can ask him if record review is something that he does as part of his job on a regular basis.
If you could.
Yeah. Doctor, in terms of performing autopsies and coming to your conclusions as to cause and manner, do you regularly review medical records associated with the decedent?
Yes, I do.
And is that something that can inform your opinion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And do you rely on those records in various cases?
Yes.
And were you asked to review medical records in this case?
Yes.
You did not perform an autopsy in this case, though,
No.
correct? I would renew my qualification for Dr. Reyes, Judge.
I would be curious to know what was the date on the medical records that he reviewed for any relevance of the medical records to this matter.
Well, I think it is relevant because we provide an offer of proof as to why the witness is on the stand regarding medical records.
I guess I can object when we get to that.
Right,
then.
we
Understood.
object or on cross. So, yes.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, at this time, too, and I should have done this before I called him, I would move to admit people's proposed 18, which are the medical records from July 2014 to October of 2023 for Ms. Aya Harris.
And at this time, I'm going to object to the admission of these records as irrelevant. They're through October 2023. The date of disappearance of Ms. Aya Harris was January 2024. That's a 4-month period. I don't see how these are relevant to what might have happened in those 4 months. It's certainly not relevant to what may have happened on January the 9th.
And Judge, I think the defense's objection as to relevancy goes to the weight that this court can give those or not give those records, not the admissibility of those records, because while it doesn't encompass straight up to the January 9th, it does encompass a several-year period for her where, as again, an offer of proof, the doctor is going to say there was nothing life-threatening that he saw in these records.
I would agree. Overruled. I would admit that's People's Exhibit 18.
18, Judge, thank you. And may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Approaching with what's now been admitted as People's 18. Doctor, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you reviewed to come to a conclusion in this case as to the review of those records?
Yes.
And did you ultimately write a report as to your conclusions on your review of those records?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as People's Proposed 42. Do you recognize that document that I handed you, a Proposed 42, Doctor?
Yes.
And is that your report that you wrote after you reviewed the records in Exhibit 18?
Yes.
What's the exhibit number on that document?
Exhibit 42.
And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit People's Proposed 42.
And I'm objecting to this, Your Honor, specifically to the last paragraph in this letter. It assumes facts, not in evidence, where it says the cause of death remains unknown. There's not evidence of a death at this point. In terms of MRE 703, I don't believe that they'd be admissible pursuant to any expert testimony, because the expert testimony has to rely on facts in our data and evidence, and we don't have that. It's not, as far as I understand, Dr. Ray's job to declare death, and we don't have a declaration of death. We see no government, no paperwork from any government agency making that declaration.
And Judge, I don't think that's required for the doctor to opine as to his opinions as to the medical records that he reviewed in this case. His qualifications allow him to do that. Those medical records are what he's talking about. Those medical records are admitted into evidence at this point, and the underlying data that he relied on is there, so that does comport with MRE 703 related to expert witnesses and opinions.
And of course, it's a little difficult because I don't see Exhibit 42, what the contents are. You're just speaking to the last paragraph?
The last paragraph, which assumes the fact that I don't believe it's been placed in evidence and is beyond the ken of Dr. Reyes' expertise in this matter.
It mentions the cause of death?
Correct.
It says that the cause of death remains unknown, which, Judge, obviously Ms. Quake is getting to one of the main issues in this case and one of the big questions in this case that I anticipate is going to be a defense argument, and we will have that argument at some point, but for the purposes of this testimony, the data that Dr. Reyes relied on is in evidence, and certainly this court can take that document in the proposed exhibit for what it says and give it the appropriate weight.
I will give it the appropriate weight. We all know that that's one of the big issues here in this case. So I will admit it with your objection noted.
Thank you, Judge.
That'll be Exhibit 42.
Thank you, Judge. And Doctor, were you requested to do this medical record review by a certain agency?
Yes.
And who requested that?
Wayne County Prosecutor Office.
Okay, and after you reviewed those records, you wrote that report. Can you read the last paragraph of that report?
Yes. The last paragraph states, as we do not have Nazaya's body available for examination, the cause of death remains unknown. Her medical history reveals no life-threatening conditions, and her vaccinations were up to date.
And based on the records that you reviewed in that time period, did you see anything in there that would have caused Nazaya to die naturally?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
I just have one. I just want to make sure I have the dates correct. You stated the medical records are from January 14th, 2023?
January 2014 to October of 23.
It's July 2014.
July 23, I'm sorry. It is contained in that exhibit.
Okay, can you just publish it?
Permission to publish.
Thank you.
Very much, Sean.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Reyes.
Good morning.
So just to be clear, you are not Nazaya Harris's treating physician.
No.
So you don't have any knowledge, no personal knowledge of Nazaya Harris?
No.
Or any medical issues that she may or may not have had?
No.
Your role in this case was only to review medical records that were supplied to you?
Correct.
Your actual job is to perform autopsies, correct?
Correct.
Also, and an autopsy is examining a person who is deceased, right?
Yes.
And determining a manner or cause of death.
Yes.
You can also interpret toxicology.
Correct.
And lab results.
Yes.
That kind of thing. Is it your job to declare somebody as deceased? Typically?
Typically, I am the pronouncing doctor when we respond to a death on a scene.
Okay, so if you were to go and view something yourself?
Yes.
And have personal knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the incident?
Correct.
Okay. So if you don't have a body, you can't really opine as to whether a person is in fact deceased, fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you testified that you wrote a letter to the prosecutor in this case.
Yes.
And in that letter, Well, what did you review in preparation of writing that letter?
I view medical records that were provided by the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office.
And those are just the medical records that, that you have been referring to?
Yes.
And is that all that you have reviewed?
Yes.
Do you have any other personal knowledge of the circumstances of this case?
No.
Okay. I don't have anything else, thank you.
Any redirect?
Nothing, Judge, thank you.
Okay, we're all set, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this time, people would call Rion Green. Oh, before we do that, Judge. You just step up to that corner. Judge, if I may just very briefly move for the admission of people's proposed exhibits 41, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56, which are MSP records 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 10 under MCL 76611B.
And for purposes of exam, we have no objection.
It will be admitted.
Thank you. And at this time,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I just want to repeat, 41, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56.
Correct.
Okay.
And then at this time, we would call Rion Green.
Good morning. Good morning. You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Watch your step. Come to the rock. Also, you can pull that whole microphone off the ledge when you testify so we can hear you better. Okay.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
My name is Rion, is my first name, Green is my last name.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Green?
I am a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police.
How long have you been a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police?
I've been a forensic scientist for almost 4 years now.
4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any, well, first, what is your primary role in, what division do you work in within the Michigan State Police lab?
I'm in the forensic laboratory and I am in the biology unit, also known as BFI, which is body fluid identification.
And is that what you've done for the 4 years that you've been at MSP?
No, I've actually been at MSP longer than the 4 years. I'm sorry, it's been almost 4 years.
Okay.
But I've been with MSP for a little over 15 years now.
You've been in the lab for the last 4 years, or almost 4 years?
Correct.
Okay. And while your time in the lab, has that been spent on body fluid identification?
Correct.
And do you have any training or education that allows you to do that role in body fluid identification?
Yes, so my education, I have a bachelor's in chemistry from Tennessee State University, and my training, I went through a body fluid identification scientist training, which included practice samples, mock samples, casework observations, lots of literature to read.
And how long, in terms of hours, was that training, or how many training hours do you have in total for this body fluid identification job, if you know?
I'm not sure of the hours, but the training was from June of 21 to September of 22.
Okay, so quite a long training.
Yes,
And did you successfully complete that training?
yes.
And do you go through a recertification or retraining every year on an annual basis?
Not necessarily retraining, but we do have proficiency tests that we do. We have 2 a year that we do, and they are yearly and they are mandatory.
And have you successfully completed all of those proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you currently working in the body fluid identification field?
Yes.
And how many different cases have you worked on to identify different body fluids that were submitted from law enforcement agencies in the almost 4 years you've worked there?
I don't have an exact number, but at least 100.
Okay.
I can say that.
At this time, Judge, I would move to qualify, or have you testified as an expert previously?
Yes.
And both in Wayne County and outside of Wayne County?
Just Wayne County.
Just Wayne County?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would move to qualify Ms. Green as an expert in the field of body fluid identification.
Any objection?
I would just ask how many times she's testified previously
Previously as a scientist, 2.
as an expert.
Yes.
How many?
2.
2. Okay.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you. And first, can you describe what is meant by body fluid identification in general terms?
So body fluid identification is the examining evidence items for the possible presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva.
Okay. And do you use different tests to identify, let's talk about blood primarily.
Mhm.
Is there a test that you've used and used in this case to identify or determine if blood is possibly present on a piece of evidence that was submitted?
Yes.
And what is that test, and talk a little bit about it, please? Or different tests?
So we can use different tests for blood in this instance. Primarily, there's a test called phenolphthalein. I can spell it if you need me to.
Please.
Okay. PHENOLPHTHALEIN. And we refer to it in the lab as pheno for short, if that's easier. But that is essentially a 2-step test that we use. It's a color change test to where if there is a possible presence of blood, it will turn a pink color. If there is not, or it's like an undetectable amount, it will not change color, basically.
Okay. And is there another test that you use specifically for blood?
We also have what we call hemosticks available, which are essentially strips, little plastic strips with a pad on the end that is also a color change test, but it's simpler to use. You touch it to a cutting of your evidence and it'll turn blue or it will not turn blue. And there's also a hemotrace test that we test for the presence of human blood.
Okay. And did you utilize those 3 tests that you talked about in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the pheno test, can you just describe how that process works, what you actually have to do to utilize that test?
Yes, so again, it's a 2-step test where you have the pheno solution and you have hydrogen peroxide, which is the 2 components used. It's a 1 for 1, 1 drop, and you drop those onto the substrate, which is typically a cutting of a swab, or that's typically what it is, a cutting of a swab. You drop the 1, you drop the 2, and then it'll change to the pink color, or it will not. If it changes to the pink, we refer to that as a positive.
Okay. And that's for the presence of, or possible presence of
Possible
blood.
presence of blood, yes.
And then jumping forward a little bit, you described to determine whether there was human blood or not human blood.
Mhm.
We call that the hemotrace, I believe?
Correct.
What's the process for that?
So the hemotrace involves actually a small extraction of a cutting of a particular stain up in this. For example, a particular stain, you extract it in the buffer solution that comes in the hemotrace kit for a set amount of time. And once that is extracted, you spin it down, you take the liquid, you draw the liquid off with a pipette, and there's a cartridge test, and it's similar, we read it similar to like a COVID test, where a set number of lines, like if the test line appears, then it's positive. If not, then it's negative.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 41. And Ms. Green, do you recognize the document I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a report that you authored that was relevant in this case?
Yes.
And first, what record number are you looking at there in your report?
This is record 7.
And is that, what is the lab number associated with that?
MD 24-691.
And permission to publish Exhibit 41.
Yes.
And on the screen there, are you able to see that from your seat?
Yes.
And is that the same document that you're holding in your hand that's on the screen?
That is the same document, yes.
And just talking about the information on the top of that document right now, what goes in where under laboratory report? What is entered into that portion of the document?
So under the laboratory report section, we have the number, the investigating officer for the case, and their agency number, the record number, date received, time received, and the date completed.
Oh. And moving down to evidence reviewed, can you talk about what is listed in that section of these reports?
The evidence received section?
Yeah.
Yes. So these are the containers that I received under this record number for this submission.
And when you say container, what do you mean by that?
The container numbers on the left side there, can you hear me okay when I turn this way? Okay.
Yeah.
The container numbers on the left are the container numbers that are given to the item when it's submitted into our laboratory.
And are those numbers, the container numbers, assigned by the law enforcement agency that submitted it or by the MSP lab yourself?
The container numbers are assigned by us, and when it's entered into our system, it gives it a sequential number.
And in terms of the agency number, though, is that also included in the evidence reviewed?
The agency number is what the item numbers that the agency gives in their internal system, but we include it in our description.
And for container number 5, first, what was in container number 5?
Container number 5 is the black hoodie, sweatshirt style.
And what agency number was included for that submission?
Number 85.
And then in container number 6, what was in container number 6, the physical piece of evidence?
Was a pink bodysuit.
And what agency number was that associated with from Detroit Police Department?
Number 86.
Okay. And we're going to talk mainly about those two, but I do want to go through your interpretations. First, can we talk about what goes into the interpretations section of your report?
So in the interpretation section, this is where we report out our results for our body fluid testing.
Okay, and you talked about blood. Did you do a blood test on the first item that we're looking at here, the black hoodie?
Yes.
And did you also test for semen as well?
Yes.
And starting with the test for semen, what was your, first, what is that test called?
This, the test that I did was the acid phosphatase test.
And was there any, what was the result of that test?
It was negative.
Did not indicate the presence of semen on that black hoodie?
Correct.
And then moving down now to your next test here, what was the result? First, what was the next test that you did for?
The next test after this one that I did would be the phenol test. The way that it's listed here is not necessarily the order of the testing that I did. Is how, for some reason, that's how our system, our reports generate the report. So, but the next test I would have done on this would have been the phenol or phenolphthalein test.
And is that a blood, you described that as a blood test, correct?
Yes, presumptive blood test.
And for the pheno test, what was your result of that test?
So there were areas that were not phenopositive, and there were areas that were phenopositive.
Okay. And can you talk about that a little bit more when you say areas that were positive and not positive?
Sure. So I selected several areas on the entire surface of the hoodie, from the hood all the way to the sleeves, front and back, to test for the possible presence of blood, and I tested numerous stains. Not all of those stains were positive, meaning they didn't all exhibit a color change.
Okay. But some of them did?
Some of them did.
If you know, how many did and how many didn't?
I wouldn't know.
Would looking at photos of that be able to help you answer that question?
Looking at photos, yes, it was a lot.
Okay, we will come back to that.
Okay.
Going down to after the pheno test, what was the next test that you did?
On the hoodie, it would actually be, yes.
Let's just go down the list of the
Okay.
tests, if that's okay,
Yep.
as they're listed on here. So after the acid phosphate test, what's the next one there?
The next one will be the hemotrace test, which I did on the stains that were phenopositive. I decided to follow those up with hemotrace to test for the possible presence of human blood.
Okay. And pheno test doesn't differentiate between human and animal blood, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's what the hemotrace is for.
The hemotrace will tell us, yes.
All right. And what was the result of the hemotrace test on the areas that were positive on the pheno test?
So I tested 5 areas with hemotrace, 5 of the phenopositive stains. And 3 of the stains on this hoodie were hemotrace positive.
Now, the next listed one is the hemosticks test, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what was that test for? What was the reason you administered that test?
I did that one on the stains that were not as obvious. Sometimes you might get a weak phenopause, which is basically a very faint pink. And to kind of supplement the positive result, to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing, I followed up with the hemosticks, because sometimes it's easier to see. The hemosticks has a yellow pad, and it changes to like a deep blue when you apply the sample to it. So that's why I followed up.
As it's listed here, the hemosticks test was positive, correct?
For the ones that I tested, yes.
For the ones that you tested,
Mhm.
which, to be clear for the record, was not all of them.
Correct.
And you said that you tested the weak positives from the pheno?
Yes.
And did you only test weak positives from the pheno test?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
All right. Now, going down to the next page on record number 7 here, there's a line there at the top of the page. Can you read that line and tell us what it means? Or the paragraph at the top there.
Where it starts indicated?
Yeah.
Okay. So indicated the presence of human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood.
And what does that mean, and why did you include that in the report, or why is that included in the report?
That sums up the results from page 1 for the hemotrace, hemosticks, and pheno. The first sentence indicated the presence of human blood applies to the hemotrace positive. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. That was for the hemotrace, the ones that were not positive with hemotrace. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood were for the pheno tested stains.
And in terms of after you conducted your test on the black hoodie, or your tests on the black hoodie, did you do anything to preserve more swabs for further testing by DNA analysis?
After I did my testing, I went back and I selected 2 stains to send forward to DNA. So I swabbed those areas with 2 sterile swabs and cut those. Once they were dry, you have to wet the swab first, of course, swab the stain, let it dry, and then the swabs were cut and tubed and sent forward to our DNA lab.
And what was the reason you didn't use the same swabs that you had already taken and tested with the pheno and hemosticks and hemotrace?
So with the hoodie swabs that I sent forward, there was enough of the stain there to where I wasn't concerned really with total consumption of that stain. So I didn't use the tested swab. I used fresh swabs to swab that stain.
And after you send those forward for analysis by another technician, are those individual swabs that you send forward given an identifying number to keep track of them in your chain of custody system?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as record number, or as admitted as 25, which is record number 8, testified to by Erica Anderson. Just looking at that report, Ms. Green, are your swabs that you sent forward listed on record number 8?
Yes, they are.
Just as it relates to item number, or container number 5?
Yes.
And can you read the agent, or the container number associated with the swabs you sent forward for item number 5 off of record number 8?
Okay. The container number or the item number?
Both.
Okay. The item number on here for item 5 would be MD 24-691-5 capital A lower D. Another set of swabs sent forward is MD 24-691-5 capital B lower D, and MD 24-691-5 capital C lower D.
And the first two ending in AD and BD are listed as black hoodie stain swabs, correct?
Correct.
And then CD is listed as a black hoodie swab?
Correct.
And what's the difference between those two things where you have stain swab and then just swab?
The AD and BD that are referred to as black hoodie stain swabs were swabs of the actual staining that I tested in that test, the pheno test and hemotrace. The 5 CD, which just says black hoodie swabs, are for wearer ID. That would be swabbing with 2 sterile wet swabs, the neck area, anywhere that would contact where the wearer of the potential wearer of the garment may have contacted, like the neck or sleeve cuffs. Yeah.
And those are the swab, so just swab that you sent forward was to identify who was likely wearing that sweater, correct?
Correct.
And then the stain swabs, were those swabs from areas that were tested positive for the pheno test and the hemotrace test?
Correct.
Oh. Now, going back to the exhibit that's on the screen, you did a test for a pink bodysuit as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us the first test that's listed in your report and what that means?
The first test for the pink bodysuit, item 6, is acid phosphatase again.
And that's for semen, correct?
Correct.
And what was the result of that test?
Negative.
And then going down to the next test, I believe it's the pheno test.
Mm-hmm.
What was the result of the pheno test on the pink bodysuit?
There were areas that were negative for pheno, and then there was an area that was positive.
Okay. And did you do any further testing on the area that was positive?
This one, I did not do any further testing on the positive area. I just swabbed that and I sent that forward.
And what was the reason you didn't go further and do the hemotrace or hemosticks test?
Because it was such a small area, I was worried about sample consumption in my testing. And so I just sent, in this case, I did send the tested swab as well as an additional sterile swab of that same area to DNA.
And just to get that out of the way, are those listed on record number 8 that you have as well?
Yes, they are.
And which ones are listed there?
The pink bodysuit stain swabs would be MD 24-691-6 capital A lower D. And the pink bodysuit swabs would be MD 24-691-6 capital B lower D.
And those were sent forward for further analysis by someone else, correct?
Correct.
Going back, the regular swab, not the stain swab for item or container 6 that you sent forward, that was the same thing as the wearer ID that you talked about earlier?
For the wearer ID, it was the same process as the hoodie. I used 2 sterile swabs, swabbed the neck area, and because it was like a sleeveless item, I swabbed around where the arms would be in constant contact and the ankle cuffs. I think I said all the neck area as well, the collar area.
And going down a little bit more quickly to item 7 now. First, what was that item that you processed?
This was, item 7 was a blood card that was submitted as a reference sample for Naziah Harris.
Okay, and what did you do with that swab in terms of processing and passing it, or sending it forward for further testing?
So no testing was done on this as it is a known sample. It was a blood card, so I cut a portion of one of the blood circles on there and sent it forward to DNA.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
And may I approach us to retrieve those exhibits?
Yes.
And in terms of those 2 items, the pink bodysuit and the black hoodie, did you take photos of your testing as it proceeded?
Yes.
And did you provide those to the OIC of this case as well as the prosecutor's office? Or were they provided?
They were provided, not by me.
Okay. And referencing the pink bodysuit specifically, the photos you took, do those fairly and accurately depict what you were doing and what you saw as your testing proceeded?
Yes, I take pictures before, as I receive the item fresh out of the package. I lay it out to get a full picture of the item, and I take photos after I mark it up with like my testing results and, you know, at the end.
And that's all put into a PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
And that PowerPoint would fairly and accurately depict your observations as you move forward in testing?
Yes.
I would, at this time, move to admit People's proposed 64, the PowerPoint for the pink bodysuit.
No objection. It'll be a minute. People 64.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And just on the first slide here, first photo, is this just a cover sheet for the item that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Going to the second slide or second photo, can you just tell us what we're looking at here on this slide?
So this slide in particular, I take pictures of the front and back of the exterior. If it's a clothing item, front and back of the exterior, and in this case, front and back of the interior, which is on a further slide. But this here, the top left picture, is the front exterior as if it was worn. So that would be, if you were looking at the person wearing it, that would be the front. And the bottom right picture is a close-up of the top half.
And if we could go to slide 10. And we're looking at the 10th slide. Starting with the top left, can you tell us what we're looking at there and what is listed underneath that top left photo?
The top left is the front exterior again, as if worn, and this was after testing, after pheno testing. And the one on the bottom right is a closer look at the top portion, I guess from like shoulder to torso of the garment.
And you have some words included on the top right indicating that there was pheno-negative testing on this portion of it?
Yes, that was a key to, so when the viewers, such as yourself, would look at this photo and see the pH-N, that's our way of saying this was a negative stain and keeping track of the stains that I did test. So the pH-N means pheno-neg.
Okay. And can we go to slide 20? Sorry, one back. And I wanted to focus on the bottom right photo here. What are we looking at in the bottom right of the 19th slide in the PowerPoint?
The bottom right photo is where the positive pheno stain was located. This would be the interior back portion of the item. So like inside here, I don't know if you can see, but like it will be interior inside I flipped it inside out to test those stains.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in the bottom right, that's inside out, so that's why we can see what would be the tag.
The tag, correct, yes.
And now could we go to slide 20? And this says on here PH-POS. Does that stand for positive?
Positive, yes.
Okay. And so that area on the inside of the, if it was inside out, that area tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do the same sort of PowerPoint for the black hoodie that we tested or that we talked about earlier as well?
Yes, I did.
And do those pictures that you took, were they put into a PowerPoint similar to this one?
Yes.
And do those pictures in the PowerPoint fairly and accurately depict your observations as your testing move forward of the black hoodie?
Yes.
Move to admit people's proposed People's proposed 44, so we got a little mixed up with the numbers.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And looking at the first slide of 44 that's on the screen, can you tell us this is just the same cover page?
Correct.
And going to the second slide here, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This will be the front of the black hoodie if worn.
And this is before, is this before any testing had been done?
Yes.
I want to go forward to slide 7. And what are we looking at here on slide 7 of this PowerPoint exhibit?
This is the hood area of the external portion, the external hood portion of the hoodie. I was trying to get accurate angles, that's why so many pictures, but.
Okay. And is this again just standard overview before any testing had been done?
Yes.
And if we can go to slide 8. And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior portion that would be in contact, like if you pulled the hood over your head, it would be the area up here.
So you're looking at the inside of the hood that would touch the person's head that bore it.
Yes. Yep.
And slide 9. What in this photo are we looking here, and has any testing been done at this point?
This is after testing. This is back to the front of the hoodie, plus obviously the sleeves. This is after ALS screening, which is alternate light source, which is used for screening for body fluids such as semen and saliva. I ALS the hoodie, and I marked those areas that had a fluorescence to them with a silver Sharpie, so I could further test after done screening. And IR, which is an infrared, is similar to, it's also an alternate light source, but it's more so for blood on dark items where the dark fabric would become lighter, and if there's blood or possible blood present, it would appear darker. Anything that I saw, I marked with a yellow paint pen with IR next to it, so I can distinguish between the ALS samples, the ALS areas that I saw and the IR areas that I saw.
Okay, and we see a lot of markings on the front of this hoodie.
Yes.
Are you able to tell us, and I know you said the color, but what portion of this is the IR versus the ALS? And it may be easier for you to step down, although there's not really room over there. But
So the ones that I observed with IR, I actually wrote IR next to them. I don't know if that's visible on there, given how small the picture is, but other photos, I took pictures of certain areas, yeah.
And if we could just go to the next, or if you could zoom in. And so, for example, that on the front, as we're looking at it, left side of the zipper, that's where IR illuminated?
Correct, where there's, like where the icon, the hand, oh, it moved. Right there, and there's an arrow pointing to that large area, like those were areas that dropped out under IR, so I put IR next to it so I'll know what to follow up and how to follow up.
And that IR is to indicate blood, correct? It's not a test for blood, but
It's a screening tool used to locate dark stains that may be possible blood.
okay. And if we could go to slide 20. And this is a closer view. Is this after you've done any other testing other than the light screenings?
Yes.
Okay, and what testing was done at this point based on this photo?
This is after the pheno testing was done. This particular picture is reflecting a phenopositive area. And it was also screened with IR. As you can see right over the swabs there, it says IR. And that's what led me to follow up with pheno, was because I saw it under IR and it was phenopositive.
And where is this, if you're able to say, on that hoodie?
So this would be, if I was wearing it, it would be in this area, the upper shoulder,
And for the
bicep area, yes.
For the record, the witness indicated to her right upper shoulder. Yeah, right. Yeah. You said shoulder. Are you saying that this picture was taken from the right shoulder area of the hoodie?
Correct. Like, I had to move the sleeve a little bit to get it in the picture with the ruler and the swabs, and it's like this area here.
Okay.
I call it the shoulder area.
Next slide. We're going to look at slide 21. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at here? Then I'm going to ask you a couple follow-up questions.
So this is another phenopositive stain. This one is located on the rear of the sweatshirt, on the bottom right exterior of the sweatshirt.
And you had, in the last photo that we looked at, it said stain 20, and then this one says stain 28 in the text area of the slide. What is it, how do those stain numbers get assigned?
That is for my purposes, so I can keep track of how many stains I tested and what stains I tested. I know if I give it a number, it's just, I start from number 1 and I just go, it's a tracking system for me, so I won't double test the stain, and because we report out the number of stains tested in our system, so that's for me to keep track of how many stains I tested.
And if you know, how many stains were identified on the black hoodie?
I can't recall offhand.
And going to slide 22. And what are we looking at here for this photo?
Those are the cartridges used in the hemotrace test. As you can see, you read them per line. The first 2 only have the one line, that's the control line, which, because there's no visible line in the testing area, it is a negative result. And the 3rd through 5th cartridge have the double line, so those are considered positive results.
And that's for stains, the stain numbers are listed there, correct?
Correct.
And that's stain 20, 28, and 38 that were positive on the hemotrace test?
Yes.
Going to slide 23. And what are we looking at here in this photo? And at what point in your testing was this photo taken?
This was after pheno testing and the AP testing, which was the semen testing. And I put the key there because these are for the results that I wrote on the sweatshirt. So my tech reviewer and whoever's reviewing the photo would know what those meant when they saw them on the sweatshirt.
And you would agree with me that the majority of this sweatshirt is covered in your markings, correct?
Yes.
And going to slide 32 now. What are we looking at here in this photo in the 32nd slide?
This is the exterior of the hood towards the back of the hood. If you were wearing it, it would be like the back right of the hood.
And what testing is indicated on the back of the hood?
This was viewed with IR, and it was screened with IR first, and then I followed up with pheno testing in this instance.
And what was the result of your pheno testing on this area of the sweater?
So stain 37, which is at where the tip of the ruler is at the bottom, that was a very weak positive for pheno, and 36, which is upper towards my typing there, that was also a pheno weak positive.
And did you do any further testing with this section of the hood because of the weak positive? If you remember.
I don't recall offhand.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that you sent new swabs or went back and took new swabs to send forward for DNA analysis, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what stain swabs numbers you sent forward for that analysis?
On this one, it was stain 20, which was the shoulder stain, and stain 28, which was the one in the rear of the sweatshirt.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
Is there both of those stains 20 and 28 that you sent forward were phenopositive and hemotrace positive, correct?
Correct.
There was a third one, I think it was 38, that was also hemotrace positive and phenopositive?
Yes.
What's the reason you only sent 2 of those 3 forward?
I sent one from a representative area, which was the one from here and the one in the back. The other one, is available to be tested in the future if necessary, but I selected 2 of the stronger phenopositive stains, and they were hemotrace positive stains. I sent those 2 because they were from 2 different areas on the sweatshirt.
Okay. And
before you move on, you said here, for the record, can you indicate where she was pointing to?
yeah, for the record, the witness indicated towards her right shoulder, and then the other area was from the back
rear. I can
right
stand
side.
if you need.
No, I just want the record to be clear.
Okay.
From the lower back right.
Yes.
In terms of the testing that you did and your experience testing and doing blood screening and things like that, are you able to talk about the quantity of results that you saw on this sweater at all? In terms of there being 38 swabs, at least 38 swabs, is that normal in your experience that there would be that much on there, or are you able to talk about that?
I'm not able to say because it varies from case to case.
Fair enough. And do you still have record number 8 up there? Or did I take that?
No, you took it back.
You indicated earlier that the 2 stain swabs that were sent forward were from stains 20 and 28, correct?
Correct.
And then going forward, they were labeled as ending in 5AD and 5BD.
Correct.
Are you able to tell which stain number corresponds to 5AD?
I would not be able to tell without looking at my notes.
With looking at your notes refresh your memory?
Yes.
Then please do so and then look back up at me when you remember. Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
What stain swab number that you gave it is 5AD?
5AD will be stain 20, which was the shoulder area stain.
And then 5BD would be 28?
Correct.
And that's the back right, lower back right side?
Correct.
Oh, good. I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Who's handling this witness, Mr. Riggins or Mr. One moment off the record. Crawford. Patrice Johnson. Can you get Drain? Attorney Drain? So we don't need this. I did. Okay. And Mr. Mahana, good morning. This is the Heldon Park case. You have a witness? It's your witness that you were waiting for, right?
Well, the police officer,
But the witness you wish to call, not here? Okay. Let's handle Ms. Johnson. You ready? Yep. This is the people of the state of Michigan versus Patrice Denise Johnson, 2460998. Ms. Johnson is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, police assault, count 2, domestic violence, set for a preliminary examination today. Appearances?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Matthew Forrest, P73168, appearing on behalf of Patrice Johnson, present standing to my left.
State your name. Good morning. My name is Patrice Denise Johnson. Good morning. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time. He is not present, and I cannot proceed without his testimony today.
Based on that, Judge, we would move for dismissal of this matter.
The time is now 12:06. The people cannot move forward. I will dismiss without prejudice. Anything else for the record?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, you're all set, Ms. Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Thomas in custody? Clifford Thomas? He's in the hallway. Okay. Can you bring in Mr. Thomas? Did you say you need to approach on that?
I might have to approach very, very briefly.
Okay. She's in custody, so no second. Right? That's how she got to tell the requirement if she opposed, but she didn't Mr. Thomas, just have a seat quickly. I have to speak to the attorneys and we can fight back. Sorry for holding you.
That's okay. That's okay.
Oh, I was doing that.
Oh.
But she don't like me to print while they eat.
Oh,
So, I got you.
Okay, we're going to call Clifford Thomas. Mr. Thomas, you can just stand right next to your attorney. This is case 2460747, the people of the state of Michigan versus Clifford Daniel Thomas, charged with count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, assault intended to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, count 3, domestic violence, which is a misdemeanor with a habitual offender second offense notice set for an exam today. Appearances?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
May it please this honorable court, William Notes, P 42796 of the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, representing Mr. Clifford Thomas, who is present. Please subject your name. Clifford Thomas.
Thank you. People ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this moment. The complaining witness, a Ms. Crystal Stanley, was subpoenaed to be present for court. She did appear in court. She was in the witness room. talking with the victim advocate. She received a call from their child's school indicating that she needed to come to the school. It's not this isn't a medical emergency situation, but they called her and said you need to come to the school. And she left because of that. So, Your Honor, she does want to go forward with this case. However, I cannot proceed today. I would ask for a brief adjournment.
Did you say their child, meaning it's
I believe
independent?
it's their child. Yes.
All my kids were.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Anything from defense?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to any adjournment. My client's been here and is ready to proceed with his exam. I don't know the exact reason why this woman was here and left. And if the people can't proceed today, I'm asking the court to dismiss the matter. If they think it's important enough, well, they can simply refile.
It could have easily been Mr. Thomas who had to go get his child
But he
from
didn't
school.
have to.
Right. She went. So I'm going to find good cause based off of the emergency. She was here and was on time and ready to go. As far as the date, I don't know. I guess we'll start with you, Mr. Noakes, because you probably have the most complicated schedule.
Give me a moment to pull
Okay.
my calendar. Your Honor, the 13th appears to be a good day.
You check the back. You checking it out? Yeah. Is it on? The afternoon? 1:30?
Excuse me, Your Honor?
1:30. On 13th?
Can I do it any time earlier than that?
How many exams are in the morning?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but one defendant has 6 cases.
Oh, there's 6 exams in the morning for one defendant with 5 other
Yes.
exams. It's 11 in the morning.
11?
Yes.
That's fine, thank you, Your Honor.
No, I mean, no, there are 11 exams already scheduled for the morning. That was a nice try.
I'll be able to work through this.
You just want to hang out all day on the 13th?
I know how good a judge you are.
You
Well,
know,
if you
Ms.
have
Ray,
to, if you
if
have
you
to pull me in at 1:30, I'll be here at 1:30.
do you want 1:30, Ms. Ray, or would you like to just squeeze it in?
Either way, it's fine. It's going to be one witness. It's going to be pretty quick. So.
Is there one set for 9 o'clock?
Let's do 9.
9 o'clock. You be first.
At 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
And Mr. Mahana, after cross, I'll call your matter so we can go on for your case, okay? Okay, back to Mr. Butts. Case 24604, excuse me, wrong case number. 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. People just completed direct examination on the screen. And Ms. Quick, you can begin your cross. You're ready now.
Good afternoon, Ms. Green.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start just by going over some of the things I think you testified to make sure that I'm clear on them.
Okay.
And so we'll start with the black hoodie, because that's where we started, I think, on direct. You tested a number of spots on the black hoodie. Well, I guess you started with the IR, you said, right? To determine if there if any of the spots you could see were potentially blood.
Potentially, yes.
Some of those spots could have been something like dirt, mud, anything else, right?
It's
That
possible.
could have created a color of a spot on the shirt or the hoodie, fair to say?
Fair to say, yes.
Okay. And so once you marked all of the spots that tested presumptively positive under, well, I guess you started with the ALS, that was your screening. you
Correct.
said, right? And then you went from there to the IR.
Correct.
And then from there you went to the phenolphthalein.
Correct.
Okay. And so of all the spots that you tested, there were 3 that were positive for blood, you said, correct?
On the black hoodie?
On the black hoodie.
There were multiple that tested positive, but I focused on the ones that had a stronger pheno positive were the ones that I focused on.
Okay, and you said you didn't do any confirmatory testing on the ones that tested weak, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said of all of those, you sent 2 for testing for DNA.
Yes.
Okay. And then moving on to the pink jumpsuit, again, you tested a number of spots on the jumpsuit for phenolphthalein.
Correct.
For blood, presence of blood, correct?
Possible presence, yes.
And it, based on my review of the pictures, it looks like there was at least 10 spots that you tested. Is that fair to say?
There was at least 10 on the pink jumpsuit, yes.
I think I saw a number like 16, and I don't know if that's where it ended but that seems fair, between 10 and 20 maybe?
Possibly more, but yes, at
Okay.
least.
And was there only one spot on the jumpsuit that tested, that you confirmed for blood?
Well, it wasn't, it was tested with pheno, which is the possible presence of blood. I didn't do the hemotrace to confirm that it was human blood because of the limited amount of sample. But yes, it was the one spot.
There was one.
Yes.
And it was a small enough stain that you were concerned of that you would consume it if you tried to do any additional testing?
Yes.
Okay, and we're talking about, just for clarification, the spot on the actual jumpsuit, right? The spot that you were swabbing was small.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what all the other areas on the jumpsuit were that you tested that had different colors on them?
As far as what they were?
What the substance was?
No, I couldn't tell.
You were also given a number of other samples of things to test. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think you tested some trunk carpet.
Yes.
And you tested that for with phenolphthalein, correct?
Correct.
And that was negative?
Yes.
You tested a driver's floor mat?
Yes.
From a vehicle?
Yes.
You tested that for presence of blood?
Yes.
Using the phenolphthalein?
Correct.
And that was negative?
Correct.
You tested a driver's seat, cutting from a driver's seat?
Yes.
And that's also from a vehicle, presumably?
Yes.
Okay. That was also negative?
Correct.
And then there's a sample that was taken from, it says trunk trim. Did you swab the trim yourself, or was it a swab that was given to you to test? Do you recall?
I did receive a large plastic piece from a trunk trim that I did test, yes.
Okay, and so you tested that also for phenolphthalein, or with phenolphthalein for the presence of blood, sorry.
Correct.
And that tested negative?
Correct.
Okay, so of all the things that you tested from, do you know if they were all from the same vehicle?
I received parts from what was labeled on the packages from 2 different vehicles on different submissions.
Okay, do you know what type of vehicles they were?
One was listed on the submission form as a Cadillac Escalade, and there was another one, it was a vehicle, a Nissan Sentra, if I'm recalling correctly.
Okay. And so on a separate vehicle, you were given some, well, I looks like maybe you were given actual door handles to swab. Does that seem correct?
I didn't receive any door handles. I received swabs of
a door
certain
handle.
parts of vehicles, yes.
Okay, and that was from a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and you tested that for blood, correct?
Correct.
And you used the phenolphthalein test?
Correct.
And also, it looks like you did the hemostix test on that?
Correct.
And both were negative? for
Both were
blood?
negative, yes.
Okay. You were also given some swabs from a trunk speaker?
Yes.
And you did the same 2 tests on that, correct?
Yes.
And those were also negative for blood?
Yes.
And then it looks like you had another trunk door frame swab?
Yes.
And were you just given a swab? You weren't given like the door yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you tested that with both the hemostix and the phenolphthalein?
Correct.
And those were both negative?
Yes.
And I just kind of want to talk, I guess, generally about the presence of blood, or lack of presence of blood. Blood doesn't necessarily disappear, or the presence of blood doesn't necessarily disappear just because you clean something, fair to say?
It's possible.
And it's possible that it would not test positive for blood, but it also, something that had been cleaned could also test positive for blood still, even if I don't see it.
Correct.
Okay. So for example, if I cut my finger with a knife and I get blood on the floor, I wipe it with a Clorox wipe, somebody could still test that for blood and potentially see evidence of blood having been there.
Potentially, yes.
I mean, there's tools like luminol that can detect blood, correct?
Correct.
And I think you used that in one of your other tests in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it is used, right?
Yes.
Okay. Blue Star is another tool that can be used to detect blood if there's an assumption or presumption that it's been cleaned, fair to say?
It is. We don't use Blue Star though.
You use luminol instead?
Correct.
Okay. You don't have a test that can timestamp the presence of biological material, right?
We do not.
Okay. So you can't testify when blood is deposited, or presumptively blood is deposited on an item.
I cannot.
You also don't have a test for how it got there.
Correct.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Green, Ms. Quick just asked you about the samples that tested positive or presumptively positive of the phenolphthalein and the hemostix or hemotrace. You said you focused on the stronger ones. First, what do you mean by the stronger ones?
Depending on the amount of possible blood that's there, sometimes the reaction can be like a stronger pink or a faint pink, or it can be instant, like a blaring pink. It just depends on how much is there. And the ones that, like, I had some weak positives up there, but I also had the ones that were like instant bright pink. That's what I consider a stronger pink.
Okay. And those are the ones that you focused on to send forward for further DNA testing, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And when you go through and do all of that work that you did in terms of the ALS, the IR, and then the pheno testing and the semen testing, what is the reason that you're doing that? Is it to get the best possible sample to go forward, or is it something else?
That is true, to get the best possible sample going forward, the one that we possibly have the most body fluid in it. We sent forward for DNA, and in this case, I conducted semen testing as well as the blood testing, because when the clothing was submitted, the person that received the case and had case details, it was possible sexual assault listed on the lab request form.
Okay, and so that's the reason you did the semen testing?
Correct.
I have nothing. I'll start.
Okay, Ms. Green, you're done testifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Makepeace, I saw you look at your watch.
Which is actually broken, but Judge, I think with the scheduling of our witnesses, now would be a good time to take a
Lunch break? Okay, how many witnesses do you anticipate? Two more?
two more.
So that'd be the officer in charge and,
Christopher James, who's going to be very quick.
okay. We have one matter we have to handle anyway, so how about, if you come back at 1:45, do you think you can finish both witnesses?
I'll leave that to Ms. Ripley.
Okay. Possibly. Okay, we'll come back at 1:45 to finish testimony with Mr. Butts.
Thank you.
We got one for Martha. Mr. Mahanas, it'll be quick, shouldn't be longer than 5 minutes. And then we can take our break.
Great.
Okay, we are back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. Charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated. Count 2, child sexually abusive activity. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older, with the habitual offender fourth offense notice with a mandatory 25-year sentence. I do not need appearances. We are continuing from a lunch break with all parties present. And are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you can call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, people would call Officer Christopher James.
I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay. Go ahead and take a seat. Just watch your steps. Going to the box. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Christopher James,
And how were you employed?
Detroit Police Department, police officer,
And how long have you been employed as such?
10 years.
All right. Now I want to take you back to January 30th of 2024. Were you employed as a police officer with the Detroit Police at that time?
Yes.
And were you in a different unit than you are now?
Yes.
Okay, what unit were you in?
Cybercrimes unit.
And were you working back on January 30th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to perform, well, I guess in your role in cybercrimes, what is it that you did?
For cell phone forensics.
Okay.
Or
Would that include like extractions from phones, extractions from tablets, computers?
yes.
Okay. And did you get the chance to perform an extraction on a tablet back on January 30th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And who was this you got that tablet from, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if it was from Detroit Police or Detroit Public Schools or something else?
Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And when you perform an extraction from a tablet, what is it doing? What do you do?
It's pulling the data from the phone.
Okay. And is it like making a complete copy of what's on that device?
Yes.
Okay. And when you perform that extraction, what do you do once you perform it?
Place it on the disk and turn it over to the officer in charge of the case.
Okay. And that disk that you place on evidence, would that be a fair and accurate copy of the phone extract or the tablet extraction that you performed on the tablet for this case?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of just the phone or the tablet extraction, and I believe it's exhibit. It's going to be proposed exhibit 59.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be a minute. Equals 59.
Thank you. And when you perform an extraction, can you generate what's called extraction reports?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, I'm handing you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 60. Can you tell me if this is a document that you recognize?
Yes.
And what is it that you recognize it as?
Extraction summary.
I'm sorry, the door opened. What did you say?
An extraction summary. A report, a summary of the extraction.
Okay. And is that the report that was generated for the tablet extraction that you did?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the extraction that you performed as it relates to this tablet device in which contains contact?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 60.
Any objections?
No objection.
Okay, Officer James, can you please pull that microphone off the ledge and testify into the microphone because it's hard to hear. You can pull the whole thing off. Thank you.
And Officer, what, first, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
So I can follow along with you. Fair to say that you are the examiner name, that would be you.
Yes.
And your organization is the Cyber Crimes Unit?
Yes.
And the investigator is listed as a Detective Gardner. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes.
Okay, who is that person?
Investigator with the Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And what type of tablet is it that you extracted?
Amazon tablet.
Okay. And in this report, going on to page 2, when you do an extraction, you're able to, I guess, select parts of a device that you want to extract. Is that fair?
Can you ask that again?
When you run a report, are you able to select parts that you want to run a report for?
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, as it relates to contacts, on page 2, tell me what type of contact is number 1?
Instagram.
Okay. And what is the name associated with that?
J-Bo.
Okay. And what's an interaction status?
A chat participant.
Okay. And do you know what that means?
That they would be involved in the chat.
Okay. And in box number 1, where it says, let's go to box number 2, where it says user ID. Is that the user ID that would be associated with that Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read that user ID for me?
It's going to be 119-202-339-467-400.
I'm talking about for row number 1.
Row number 1.
Yes.
262-854-051.
Okay. And what's the username associated with that?
J-Bo back to the money.
Okay. And there is a contact number 2. Is that fair to say? Number 2 in the box.
You mean phone number?
No, the second account.
Number 2.
Yes, number 2. What kind of interaction status is that?
Friend.
Okay. And what's the
Friend.
okay? And what's the name associated with that?
J-Bo.
Okay. And what kind of user in box number 2 under entries? There's a user ID. What kind of user ID is that?
Facebook.
Okay. And going back up to contact number 1, where it says photos, it's fair to say there's like a kind of a hyperlink there?
Yes.
Okay. And would that indicate that there is something attached to this contact?
Yes.
Okay. And it says photos. Would it be fair to say that would be a photo that was attached?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that's going to be page 3 of that report. When you click photos, this is the photo that would come up under that Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Your Honor, we have no questions.
Okay, you're done testifying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, people would call Sergeant Shannon Jones.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
beginning, could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And are you assigned to a special unit or division?
Yes.
And what is that?
I'm assigned to homicide, missing persons unit.
And how long have you been employed in that role?
I've been at missing persons since 2013.
And before that, where were you at?
Patrol.
Okay, and how long were you there?
I've been on the department for a total of 24 years.
Okay.
So throughout the prior years to missing persons, I had various assignments.
And what is your role in this case?
I'm the officer in charge.
What does it mean to be an officer in charge?
So I'm in charge of reviewing all the evidence and spearheading the investigations, looking into all the facts and possible suspects and information that's brought to the case and to compile it together.
Okay. And what would be some common duties that you would do in partaking in those roles?
When it comes to missing persons, specifically those type of cases?
Yes.
So a missing person case, when someone's reported missing, we always go out to the home, search the home, talk to family, and try to get a good timeline of when that person was last seen, their common habits, where they are supposed to be, has any patterns changed, are they not going to school and not going to work. If the investigation leads us to believe that that person may be in danger or that there's something more to just not coming home, then we start pulling different video and try to look into cell phone data or friends or associates of that specific missing.
And in particular, have you investigated what would be known as a no body case before?
Yes.
Okay, and what does it mean to be a no body case?
That would be a missing person that we have come to the conclusion is a victim of a homicide. However, we were unable to locate or recover the body.
Okay, and how does that kind of investigation differ, if at all, from another investigation that you would do?
It's a little tougher. You need to go through and kind of be able to show and establish that this person is no longer with us today. When you have a body, it's obvious, then you can come to the conclusion and work your case that way. So on a no-body case, you're trying to find any signs of life, any evidence to show that there might have been some possible danger or some assault that may have happened to this person.
Now, I'm sorry, when did you get the case of Messiah Harris?
So it was first requested to me on February 12th. I received the email. It was just kind of asked me to look into the case. It wasn't at our building yet or at our department. I looked into the case and I saw that DPS was initially assigned the case, and I had reached out to Lieutenant Harris from DPS to kind of ask for an update on where they were, kind of see how the case was progressing and any evidence that they may have had.
Okay. So after that, how did it come about that you got this case?
So after meeting and discussing with Lieutenant Harris and reviewing the different things, it was determined that there had been enough suspicious possible things connected to her being gone. Number one, she's never been missing before. There's been no updates on any of her social media, which is very uncommon for a young child or juvenile. They're addicted to those. There had been a last known contact that she had possibly met somebody, is what we were informed, that there was a text message for her to be picked up, and that would have been the same day that she went missing.
So when you first officially received this case, tell me, what is it that you do right off the bat?
So this case was a little different because we kind of had to go back. We were already a month behind. She went missing January 9th, and now it's February 12th. We start kind of looking into what has already been done and then what steps I would normally take moving forward.
Okay. So what kind of steps do you take moving forward?
So once I reviewed the case, and it was determined that the last person that had contact with Naziah was Jarvis Butts, I then started to look into his phone records, his activity, places that he had been. On the 12th, we had determined there was already an analyst that had looked at different records and given us a location out in Ypsilanti. So I coordinated a search for the very next day on February 13th. We went out to Ypsilanti. We conducted the search. It's a large area, and it wasn't pinpointed down to a specific house. There was a lot of wooded area over there. We had multiple teams out there. There was probably over 60 people at one point. We then started going into different businesses to look for different video that we may be able to recover close to the intersection that we believed would be a good starting point in that search area.
And did you recover, or were you able to recover anything or find anything from the Ypsilanti area?
We did find some video that was eventually pulled from a gas station.
And what was, I guess, the condition of that video?
So the video is from a gas station. It shows the intersection, I believe is Michigan and Carpenter, which is actually, I think that is like a Springfield township. It's kind of like a little small city just outside of Ypsilanti. At that point, we didn't know exactly what we're looking for, so we just kind of pulled like the window that we knew the devices were out there, specifically Jarvis Butts' device that was out there. So we kind of just pull all of that video before we lose it. And then as we gather more information, we can kind of go back and look at the video to see if there's something now that we can focus in on what we should look for.
Okay. Now that brings up a good point. You said you're a month behind on this investigation.
Yes.
So that, fair to say, being a month behind would cause you to potentially lose critical pieces of evidence.
Yes.
Okay, and some of those pieces of evidence, fair to say, could be videos.
Correct.
Okay. Why would it be that you would be losing those videos?
So most video systems, and every business is different. You got green light, you have businesses and people that have their own residential cameras or property cameras, and it'll vary. Some of them start overwriting in 48 hours, some of them is a week, some may last up to a month. It just depends on how large their system is and how much data it can hold.
And is that a struggle that you encountered in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it that you encountered that?
So there's several cameras and videos throughout the entire route of travel that later in the investigation we were able to identify. But as we identified those locations and went to see if video was still able to be there, it had already been overwritten or was not available.
Now, I want to take you back. You did the search in Ypsilanti. Did you do any other searches kind of immediately at that time?
Yes.
Tell me about one of them. We're going to go through them, but start with one of them.
Okay. So after we didn't find anything in Ypsilanti, I kind of got to go backwards a little bit and go back to who we had known was the last contact with her, which was Mr. Butts. So we did a search warrant for his home. Later, I believe it was like later that night, 13th into the 14th, we had kind of worked all the way through. We did a search warrant to obtain his cell phone so we could try to do an extraction. We contacted the jail to look through his property. There was no cell phone in the property. We then ordered the jail calls to see if there was any conversations, anybody that he had talked to. We knew that he had turned himself in on February 7th. As we started to listen to those jail calls, there was a call where he had asked his shop partner, Cordell Wright, to retrieve a phone out of a vehicle. We then went and picked up Mr. Wright and brought him down to our headquarters to talk to him about the cell phone. He did confirm and he acknowledged the phone call. He said that vehicle came up there, was a Tahoe, Tashi's vehicle, Tashiana, and that he had looked in the back seat and tried to find where the phone was that Mr. Butts kind of described where he had hid it in this vehicle. He said that he was unable to locate it. So at that point, we then did a workup on Tashiana to find out where she lived, what type of vehicle she had. It matched the description that he kind of described. We did a search warrant for her home in an attempt to locate the cellular device and any other possible evidence that may help us and direct us to where Neziah is.
Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. You started off with you went to do a search warrant at Mr. Butts' home.
Yes.
And would that be the one on Wilshire?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything at his house?
Yes.
And what is it that you found?
So from his home, we had recovered, there were some electronic devices. We recovered some phones, maybe a tablet, and we recovered his ID, wallet, and a firearm that was with his wallet. I believe there was 2 actual firearms, and then there was a long gun, a rifle that was in the closet.
Okay. And did that search warrant include a vehicle?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did it include?
It included all vehicles that we believe may be associated. At that time, we impounded a Cadillac Escalade.
Now, you said at that point you knew that Mr. Butts had turned himself in to, is it the Wayne County Jail?
Yes.
And is that was back on February 7th of 2024?
Correct.
And at that time, did you know how long he was serving a sentence for?
We had got information that he was possibly going to be there till December.
Okay. And that would be completely unrelated to, that sentence is completely unrelated to your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you had pulled some jail calls, and that's what led you to Cordell Wright.
Correct.
And that that jail call that you had listened to, that was previously admitted as People's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Okay. And that led you to Tashiana Davis?
Correct.
And then you subsequently executed a search warrant at her house?
Correct.
And is that on Neff Street?
Yes.
Okay. And she had a vehicle there that matched the description that Cordell Wright had given you?
Yes.
Okay, and would that have been a Chevy Suburban?
Yes.
Okay, and then you subsequently searched that vehicle?
Yes.
And what is it that you found in that vehicle?
I found in that vehicle a iPhone 11, and it was in the exact area that Mr. Butts had described to his shop partner Cordell, where it would be located.
Okay. And that phone, okay, so ultimately, after you do that, what's the next step that you took?
Well, we had to identify that was the actual correct phone. It was in the right place, but we still needed to get it to our headquarters and download it. We had the phone there. We made a call to 911 from that phone in order to see what the identification number was to try to verify, so we weren't just taking random phones. It did come back to Jarvis Butts' phone number that we were looking for. The phone was then placed on evidence and taken to our base.
And what's the next thing that you did after that?
So after that, the phone now is getting processed under the search warrant.
Okay.
It is given to, was given to Detective Markle, where she processed that. We then continued, we had searched the residence on Wilshire, we had searched Neff, we also executed a search warrant at 9000 Connor.
And what's 9000 Connor?
9000 Connor is the location that was identified that Jarvis Butts worked at with his shop partner.
Okay. And did you find anything or anything at 9000 Connor?
We did take some things as evidence. There was a lot of activity going on, so I had multiple different units from within our homicide squad assisting me with different search warrants that we were executing. I believe it was the Northeast squad actually executed the Connor location search warrant. They were advised of some items to look for, obviously children's clothing. We had been given a description of a Rugrats jacket with a fur hood. We were given the clothing description. At that time, we were told that the shoes were possibly blue and white Nike shoes that we had been looking for. There was an area in the shop, as I reviewed the evidence, photos where there's like children's coloring books and maybe things that when the children are there that they're using.
Were any interviews besides the one with Cordell Wright taking place at this time?
So at that time, I had interviewed, when we went to Wilshire, we had interviewed the woman that he lives with. I don't know if that's a fiance or girlfriend, but that was Miss Angel. We interviewed her there. Tashiana was in the hospital when we had executed the search warrant at her house. I had had a conversation with her on the phone while we were there. Her children were there. I scheduled an interview for her later. I believe it might have been like the next day or two later that she came down to headquarters. We had interviewed Cordell at that time, and now we're just kind of going through everything that we had at that moment to try to take the next steps.
Okay. When about is Mr. Butts interviewed for the first time?
So he was interviewed, we got it, looked at it on the 12th, the 13th, we executed all the search warrants. On the 14th, Mr. Butts, I believe it was the 14th, he was brought down to headquarters, or the 15th, I would have to look.
Okay, and that's okay. So it would be just a couple days after you get the case?
Yes.
Okay. Based on Mr. Butts' first interview, which your Detective Mays here testify about, did you do anything based off of that interview?
So based on that interview, we had obtained the text now, which was turned over to us from DPS, which was the initial, I believe it was like maybe 1 week's worth of text now, so like the very end of December into the 1st of January. So during that interview was when it was asked by Detective Mays and Detective Johnson regarding the text message about meeting to be picked up.
Now, if you know, can you estimate about how many search warrants did you execute?
Probably over 20. Throughout the entire, it has to be over 20.
And what kind of searches were done in this case in general?
So we searched, as far as like land searches.
All kinds.
All kinds. Well, we searched Ypsilanti as we did our workup, and we're looking at different locations that Mr. Butts had been to. We identified an area out in Clinton Township that he had gone out to back and forth before, and that was an area that Shannon Harris, his child's mother, had lived at. So this was kind of like a route out there, and we located, there was like a big retention pond out there. So that was another place that we had dive teams come out. We had the helicopter, the cadaver dogs, and we searched out in Clinton Township. As we start breaking down the phone, mapping a little bit more on Mr. Butts' phone, it kind of led us to 7 Mile and Berg.
And what's out in 7 Mile and Berg?
So 7 Mile and Berg, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile, from Berg and then heading back east, used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Berg, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Berg?
We went out once. It was probably maybe a couple weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once, and I remember it had snowed. So when we went out there, It wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there or if something was easily identifiable, but because of the snow, we knew that we were going to have to come back again once that melted because it'd be easier to see underneath.
Okay. And so do you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs, in boats, in the water. There's several log jams. We had state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had to coordinate with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river. And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land, so you have to actually search the land a couple 100 feet in some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
So when you're out there at 7 Mile and Berg, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description. We had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she went missing on the 9th. So we were looking for the black hoodie. We were looking for, again, initially we were told blue and white gym shoes.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at 7 and Berg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented in our river search report. But because we weren't focused on the red and black and we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
Stop you right there. That would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay, you heard his testimony.
Yes.
All right. So continue.
Yeah. So on our initial search, we knew they were out there. The pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them because, again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or a pink onesie, and the shoes weren't matching. And there's a lot of clothing out there. There's a lot of shoes out there. There's people's clothes. There's all type of debris. So I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find. Later, I get the information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes. And they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Naziah's brother. Naziah's brother then reached out to me and he sent me a picture of Naziah wearing the black and white Nike shoes.
Okay.
Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on, that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team and we immediately went back out to where the shoes were GPS located and recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Naziah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Naziah's possessions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So, after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all, well, the evidence techs collect them. They're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry. Once they're ready to be processed and they're finished drying, then I create a lab report. And items are selected and turned over to the state police lab for processing to look for any type of DNA evidence.
Okay, so once those are placed on evidence by the lab tech, you're the one who then submits them to Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay.
There may be some of the lab reports where I had gathered the evidence and one of my partners had gone down and physically took the items to the lab, which is all in the same building.
Okay. Now, I believe you said at least one time when you were out at 7 Mile and Bury that it had been snowing. Were you at all, I guess, familiar with kind of the weather back, let's start with back in January 9th?
Yeah, so I searched it. There's a weather site where you can search the dates and the cities and what the weather was like. On the 9th into the 10th, it had rained here. If you remember, we had a very mild winter. In 2024, the January months, we had a lot of rain that month, which would have caused, the water levels to rise.
Now, is there, did you interview a Tijuana Butts?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
Tijuana actually reached out to me. Shannon Harris had reached out to me. She had had a conversation with Tijuana. She asked if it was okay for her to give her my phone number. I told her that that was fine. She gave me a call. She said that she was the sister of Jarvis Butts and that she was concerned that she may have seen Isaiah but wasn't sure on the date and if she could come down and talk.
Okay, and that's all what she had testified to that you had heard?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you also heard that she had given Detroit police consent to look at her phone locations and perform a phone extraction.
Yes.
And that Detective Sarah Markle is actually the one who performed that extraction.
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself look at the phone location data that was on Tijuana's phone?
Yes, so even before we extracted the phone, when she was in there in the interview, she had given me consent to look at her phone. She wasn't quite sure how to get to the locations. She had Google on her phone, so we went to the Google Maps, went to her timeline, and then specifically clicked on January 9th to see if it showed her route. When we got to the January 9th date, it was confirmed that that is the date that she was at 9000 Connor. And it helped us with the timeline of when she was there compared to when we know Mr. Butts left that location to head out to Ypsilanti on the 9th.
And Your Honor, may I approach People's Proposed Exhibit 85?
Yes.
I mean 58. Sorry,
Yes.
numbers. Handing you its marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 58. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is a cell-bright extraction report that was conducted by Detective Markle for Tijuana Butts cellular device.
Okay. And that report specifically includes the location data in the subsequent pages as it relates to Ms. Butts' call. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot photo locations, location data from Tijuana Butts' phone that you observed that the day when you interviewed her?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 58.
No objection.
It would be a yes, People's 58.
And I want to direct you to I guess it's going to be page 3 of the report. Let's go with 4 of the report. Let's do page 5, that Ms. Butts was from 3:45 p.m. to 5:16 p.m.
So it gives the location described as, on here it says Citgo, and it gives the address of 9,000 Connor Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48213.
And do you know do you know Mr. Butts's 9,000 Connor auto shop to be connected with a gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to go back just a little bit, you said you were kind of going through all the phone mapping in order to kind of backtrack as to where your investigation goes and where you should search.
Yes.
And those maps were testified to by Sergeant O'Rourke.
Yes.
Okay. Now, she mapped certain locations, and she believes she stated that you had given her some of those locations to map.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to in People's Exhibits 33, 34. Here, may I approach? The blue dot here. What is it that indicates, and what is the importance of that?
This blue dot is going to be 9,000 Connor.
Okay, and that's the address associated with Mr. Butts' auto shop?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the same for Exhibit 34?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 35, there's the same blue dot and then a purple dot. Tell me, what is the significance of the purple dot?
The purple dot is going to be the residence that Mr. Butts resides at on Wilshire.
Okay. And in Exhibit 36, on page 2, there's like another, it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, oh, I'm sorry, red dot. What does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is going to identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
And on page 4 of 4, there is a lighter purple dot along with that red dot. What does the purple dot indicate?
That dot is going to indicate 4 East Alexandrine.
Okay, and what's the significance of 4 East Alexandrine?
Mr. Butts has a different girlfriend that lives at that location.
And in People's 38, there's a red dot. Which dot is that?
That would identify 7 Mile and Berg.
Okay, and is that the same 7 Mile and Berg? You tell me. What was found at 7 Mile and Berg area again?
7 Mile and Berg area is where we identified the hoodie, the pink jumpsuit, and the shoes. And it's also the area that Mr. Butts' phone was mapping with. There's an additional search area that I did not include when she had asked me before, and that was where the ID was found. We had found the ID, or received the 911 call for the ID before we went back the second time out for the shoes at 7 Mile and Berg. So we had also searched all of Evergreen. There's the Henry Ford High School over there. We searched behind the school, the wooded areas, and all the vacant homes in that surrounding as well.
And that would have been the ID that Miss Smith had recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go into, you had a chance to go through Mr. Butts' phone extraction, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also do a search warrant as it relates to a Google account for Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what his Google Gmail was?
That was documented when I went through the cell phone.
Okay. And you got a chance to go through, or you sent a search warrant to Google for it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you got a chance to go through that search warrant return?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the search, or that's the Gmail account that would be associated with Mr. Butts?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I book proposed exhibit 63?
Yes.
Handing you to Mark to book proposed exhibit 63. Can you tell me, do you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes, this contains Jarvis Butts 82 at gmail.com, which was his Google subscriber information.
And that's the first page. And the second page is, what would those include?
The next page includes searches that I located inside that Google return that we received from Google.
Okay. And does that document fairly and accurately depict what it is you received back from Google as it relates to a search warrant for Jarvis Butts 82 at gmail.com?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit. I forgot. 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as people's 63.
Okay. Now I want to go back to the first page. And you said that with the subscriber information. Tell me, who is the subscriber?
So it has a Google account ID number, then it gives a name that says Jarvis Butts. It has an email address, jarvisbutts82 at gmail.com. There's also a phone number that's connected to it, which is 313-585-8719.
And is there a birthday associated with that?
Yes, November 21st, 1982.
And moving on to the searches, what dates do those searches encompass?
These searches are December 9th,
Of what year?
yep, December 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2023.
Okay. And it's fair to say that those are the entirety of all of the searches from those days?
It is not all of them,
Okay.
no.
Those are just select ones from the Google return?
Yes.
All right. Starting with December 9th, tell me which ones that we have in that exhibit.
So the first, you want me to read the ones that are just highlighted, or you want me to start at the top of here? So,
The ones that are highlighted.
okay.
Just start with the ones that are highlighted.
Yep, so this search was December 9th, 2023 at 3:32 UTC time. So you would actually have to subtract 5 hours, which would make it the night of December 8th. And the site is, what's visited, it's Drink Me and Abort Your Baby, the Herbal Abortion Tea by Maya.
Okay. And what about the next one after that?
There is a site that's visited on December, it says here December 10th, 2023 at 9:32 p.m. UTC, so -5. And the site visited is plannedparenthood.org/learn/abortion/the abortion pill.
And
The next
yes, the next
The
one.
next search is Immediately after that, so December 10th at 9:32 p.m. UTC, the abortion pill, get the facts about medication abortion. There is a search that was conducted before that on December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. And that site is plannedparenthood.org /blog/ can I use herbs to have an abortion at home.
And
the next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. Can I use herbs to have an abortion at home? Planned Parenthood.
And the next one?
The next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. UTC. So again, minus 5 hours. And that site is, it's ansirh.org, research, over-counter medication abortion. Search December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. Over-the-counter medication abortion, and that's from that same place before, ANSIRH. December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, abortion, the abortion pill, how do I have an abortion using only misoprostol, misoprostol. The next search, December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, learn abortion, the abortion pill. So it's like the same, back and forth to the same site. On December 11th at 11:43 p.m. UTC, so minus 5 hours, specifically is searched is, can I drink red antifreeze? Again, that same item is searched again right after the same time, 11:43 on December 11th, 2023. And I believe that's it.
Okay. Now, in that phone extraction that you went through of Mr. Butts, that Detective Marple had admitted, were you able to go through, and I know you had mentioned there was a Text Now app and Text Now phone numbers that
Yes.
have been associated with Neziah.
Yes.
When you went through Mr. Butts' phone extraction, did you find any of Neziah's Text Now numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall if what was on his phone? First of all, did you eventually do a search warrant for Text Now?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive messages back from Text Now?
Yes, so the initial Text Now messages, again, DPS had done those and they had only gone back like a week. I had another search warrant submitted to Text Now and requested to go back to January 1st of 2023.
Okay. And when you found these Text Now messages on Mr. Butts' phone, did those include all of the messages that you got back from Text Now or just only parts?
It's all the messages through text now that were to that number that was assigned that Naziah was using on text now.
That's what you got back from text now.
Yes.
But I'm talking about on Mr. Butt's phone.
Oh, Mr. Butt's phone specifically was just the messages from text now between him and Naziah.
Okay, and did it include everything that you received back from text now, or?
No.
Okay. And Tanner, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching with equals proposed exhibits 46 and 47. Can you tell me, in exhibit 46, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, this is a extraction report for a iPhone, and it was for phone number account 313-585-8719. And this is the section in that extraction about messages.
Okay. And is that exhibit, proposed exhibit 46, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that were on Jarvis Butts' phone between his phone number and the number 213-743-3173?
231, yes. 231.
231.
Yes.
Sorry, numbers. 231-743-3137.
Yes.
Okay. And those are the ones that you had seen on Mr. Butt's phone?
Correct.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 46.
No objection.
It'll be admitted as people's 46.
And those cover a period of October 7th, 2023 through November 23rd of 2023. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And now I want to show you proposed exhibit 47. Do you recognize what I handed you in 47?
Yes, this is another extraction from the phone, and this is under the message section.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that you went through on Mr. Butts' phone to the number 313-379-5882?
Yes.
Okay. And I would move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 47.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted as people's 47. Can you repeat that phone number?
Yeah, 313-379-5882.
Thank you.
Thank you. And those would be from the date period of September 26th, 2022 to September 30th, 2022.
Yes.
And now I want to show you what's already been admitted as people's exhibits 15 and 16. And these were already admitted. These are certified copies of text now messages. So I want to talk specifically about subscriber information within them. In People's 15, is there a subscriber as it relates to
Yes.
Okay, and who is that subscriber?
Excuse me, you need to let me hear. I can't hear you with your back turned.
Okay, so is there a subscriber as it relates to that?
Yes.
Who is that?
The username on here is Kenyetta Harris 955.
And are you familiar with the Kenyetta Harris?
Yes.
And how is it that you're familiar with her?
That is Naziah's biological mother.
And is there, on the next page, is there a phone number that is associated with that account? It might be on the subscriber information too.
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
313-379-5882.
And what is the period of usage for which the subscriber Kenyetta Harris had that phone number?
The phone ownership is from September 24, 2022 through November 8, 2022.
And for the subscriber information in People's 16, can you tell me who is the subscriber there?
The subscriber here, the username is Naziah Harris 74.
And is there a phone number associated with that?
Yes,
What is that phone number?
231-743-3137.
And is there a phone ownership date period for that?
Yes,
What's that date period?
January 1st, 2024 to February 6th, 2024.
Are you familiar with the location of 17500 East Warren Avenue in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Somebody's already admitted. And I'm showing you people's 4, 5, and 6 already admitted. How is it that you're familiar with that location?
This is Frank's Auto Repair. It's located on Warren, right at Neff, 17500 East Warren. This is a location that Jarvis Butts worked at prior to working at 9000 Connor.
And that's in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes.
Now, did you yourself, I want to go into the interviews with Mr. Butts.
Yes.
Did you interview Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start with an interview back on May 31st, 2024. Do you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point to him, tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting behind his defense counsel. He's wearing a face mask and he has the Wayne County green jumpsuit on.
Okay. And Your Honor, would the record reflect that witnesses identified defendant Jarvis Butts? And we've been talking this whole time about a Jarvis Butts. Is that the same Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this interview back on May 31st, 2024, where was that at?
That was at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay. And who was all there?
Myself and Sergeant Lance Sullivan.
And do you recall about what time this interview took place?
It was in the afternoon,
Okay. Or about how long did this interview last?
like 2-3 hours.
Okay. And was Mr. Butts, did you ask him about his education and speaking English, things like that?
Yes.
And did you offer him any food or drink?
I believe at one point we had asked him about if he needed some water because we had been there a minute.
Okay. And did you read Mr. Butts his constitutional rights?
I believe Sergeant Sullivan went through those with him.
Okay. And was something used to assist in the reading of those rights?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing you with Smart People Proposed Exhibit 26. You tell me what it is I just handed you.
So this is the Detroit Police Department constitutional rights, advice and rights form.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the one that was executed back on May 31st, 2024 with Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 26.
No objection, Your Honor.
It would be admitted as People's 26.
Thank you. And did Mr. Butts, did he sign or initial acknowledging his rights?
Yes, he read them and he initialed them and he signed.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you too?
Yes.
Okay. And I would pass for voluntariness.
Sergeant Jones, you came to interview my client on May 31st, correct?
Yes,
It was you and you said Sergeant Sullivan?
yes,
Were you aware he was represented by counsel at that time?
yes.
In fact, did one of you call his counsel and ask for permission to interview him?
On that date,
Not on that date, prior to that date.
several months before, yes.
In April 17th, in fact, right?
I don't have the exact date, but it was a couple months before that.
And the words used were under no circumstances, right?
Under no circumstances.
May you interview Mr. Butts?
Well, that's not true.
You were not told you could not interview Mr. Butts?
Judge, I would object. This is a legal argument. Only the client themselves can enforce their right. A
That-
defense attorney cannot enforce their right to remain silent.
I just asked a question. Was she told not to? She couldn't interview him?
So,
1 second, Will. Were you getting ready to say something else?
And it has nothing to do with this interview.
If we're talking about voluntariness, I want to see, was she aware that he had a right to have his counsel? They contacted his counsel. His counsel told them, no, do not interview him. That's my.
You're saying this had nothing to do with this interview that you're speaking
Yeah,
of?
this was 2 months prior. That was not this day. This was completely separate. And a defense attorney cannot invoke their client's right to remain silent. That's just the end of it.
It's true.
So, you and your partner went to speak to Mr. Butts, correct?
yes,
You took him, where did you interview him from? At?
at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay, did you interview him on this was at, forgive me, at Division 1,
Yes.
Beard? Did you interview him on his floor, or did you take him somewhere else?
I don't know where his floor is, so Wayne County had prepared a room for us to be able to interview him.
Okay, so you took him to another room, and you and your partner interviewed him?
Yes,
And you gave him his constitutional rights, and you did not give him food or water, correct?
correct.
You don't know what time of day this was?
Well, I just saw the form here, so I see it's about 1 in the afternoon.
Okay. Were you aware that he was working at the jail?
There had been a conversation that he was given some small duties, but that it had been taken away from him.
Okay, do you know if he had worked that day?
That I do not recall.
Okay, and do you know if he had actually been to sleep prior to you visiting him?
When we talked to him, he didn't seem sleepy.
Do you know if he had anything to eat prior to you visiting him?
He did not complain about being hungry.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to pass voluntariness.
Thank you, Judge. Now, this interview with Mr. Butts on May 31st, 2024, was that recorded in any way?
Yes.
And how was it recorded?
It was recorded with a body-worn camera from the Detroit Police Department that were issued, and it was also recorded on a audio recording for voice only.
Okay. So is audio and video on the body cam and then also just
Yeah,
audio?
so 2 different factors.
Okay. So, and it's fair that you had seen this video prior to today?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw that video from May 31st, 2024, was that video a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that took place?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as People's Exhibit 27.
Thank you. And for the audio, did you have a chance to prior listen to that?
Yes.
And was that audio a fair and accurate depiction of the audio that was recorded from the interview back on May 31st, 2024?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as People's 28.
Thank you, Judge. And you also interviewed him, well, let's go with the 31st. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. And I made clips this time. I'm not going to play the entire video. And for the record, this is from Exhibit 26, and it's clip 1. And this is clip 2.
I can't hear anything he's saying.
He is very quiet. I don't know if it's my volume that has to go up.
Let me try turning it down on the TV. I can't hear one word.
Give me a try now. This is starting it for clip 2. Now, in that clip, Mr. Butts was talking about him keeping his distance given his history.
Yes.
And that he tried to help as best as he could with flyers.
That he was trying to help with flyers regarding Miss I being missing, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to play clip 3.
One of the allegations, they said that I was supposed to be in the area, she was telling me I was in the area all the time. Well, I work in the area. That's not such. So, did they say why they came to you, or were you just contacting you? I was trying to say these text messages. Something about meet them, and I explained to them that anytime we saw text messages come up, they said that she texted am I going to do that? Straight pain and tenderness and the worst effects of say, well, from time to time, I have another jobs. And I owe the money, so I decided to leave money that day. I probably come the next day and I always go to grandma's house. And I started to live in grandma's house. So when I was grandma's house, I got off work. She gave me the money. Last time we saw each other. So that was like a normal tax, so she wouldn't be taxing me. Like next time, I don't know how money. If when you already want to, you have to work for us. You understand? And that was really nice. That was really good. Odd jobs when I made them. Sometimes when I was working at Fox, so I lived somewhere around there. I'm in the office space. Bathroom. And bathroom. Or stuff like that. Organizing store. And I'm paid.
Now, in that clip, he talks mostly about that there was some text messages, he would have the girls come and clean, be at the shop, you know, and he would have work for them.
Yeah, he was talking about, he would pick up the kids, he would give them a little bit of money, and they would come clean up and tidy up the shop.
Okay. And that he believes that it's normal for her to text him for work.
Yes.
Okay. Now clip 4.
Do you remember that? This, that he tried to talk like it was for the money and he's for listening, or? I remember that. One text because we were busy. Okay. And I'll never, you know, I'll say it. And we're back to how that is.
Now he's referring to seeing a text message but being busy.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what was that about?
When I believe that when she was texting him, he's referring back to when he was interviewed with Detective Mays and Johnson about the messages that she had texted him, and that he had assumed that he was going to be picking them up by the grandma's house. Then he hadn't replied because he was busy working, and then he finally replied with okay.
Okay. Now you also interviewed Mr. Butts the next day. You came back the next day.
Yes.
What's the reason you came back the next day?
We had some more questions.
Okay. And was he once again, I guess, was he still constrained by that advice of rights?
We had him sign another one. He read another one that day, and he signed it that day as well. I'm pretty sure, or we showed him this and he agreed to it. That's what it was. This was the paper. We showed him, he agreed to it, he understood it, and he continued to talk.
Okay. So you were using that same form?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, sorry. Okay. And once again, he acknowledged his rights.
Yes.
And he did continue to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't mention anything about not wanting to speak with you.
Correct.
And did he give you any reason in your experience to think that him speaking with you wasn't voluntary?
No.
And just one second. And I passed for voir dire to voluntariness for the June 1st statement.
Sergeant, do you recall on June 1st, you were with your partner, Sullivan? You didn't have him sign a form.
Well, we had presented this back to him. We had this form, advised him that this was still, if he understood his rights, and he agreed.
So your words, I believe, were, you remember the form you signed yesterday. You still understand that?
Did I say that, or did
No,
Sergeant Sullivan say that?
Sergeant Sullivan said that.
Okay. You want me to say what Sergeant Sullivan said?
No, I just want, you went with your partner and you understand that nobody had him sign anything that day.
That he was re-advised of the rights from the form that he had signed the first day, and he was shown the form, and he agreed to continue to talk.
Are you sure he was re-advised, or so do you remember signing a form yesterday?
You would have to play to hear the exact, I can't tell you the exact words that Sergeant Sullivan said. I don't recall his exact words.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. As I recall hearing this tape, there was no reading of rights for the second date. The only thing that happened on the second date was he was advised, do you recall signing a form yesterday? Yeah, that still applies. That's not.
Do you want to play it so I can hear it?
Sure. You want to play June 1st beginning, probably the first 5 minutes.
it might be best to play that to show that he, or I want to see that as well, to show on the 31st what he understood it to be.
Oh, okay, yes, Judge. For the record, that was from People's Exhibit 27, and it was paused at 4 minutes and 9 seconds. And let me find the other one. And this is playing from Exhibit 29 at 1 minute 20 seconds. Oh, I didn't share it, I'm sorry. playing at 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Here's my thing. We talked after we left, right? And my thinking was, I'm literally leaving tomorrow morning, and I was studying on flight to Boston for 2 weeks of training. And I'm thinking, like, how would that look like? I talked to you, I thought you had a good talk, we had certain, some stuff that we went back and looked at, And I'm thinking, like, if I come back 3 weeks from now, you're probably like, perfect. I'm not I just thought if we could, if I could talk to you this morning or today, and then you're gonna be gone for 2 weeks, right? So if you want to talk to me after, if you want to, and this is gonna be a yeah. Does that make sense? Okay, but I just thought, man, just say that, turn the table, right? You guys come talk to me, and 2 weeks, you're back at the third week, like this, right? So I'd like to ask you if we kind of continue our talk, can we talk some more? Okay, alright, so, but yeah, same rules apply, nothing's changed. We don't want to talk about something, I'll talk about something. There's no training one, so you went over your rights yesterday. I'm not going to say it's time to go form, right? Just so you're protected, we're protected. There are, if you want to just continue with this one. Okay, you're still familiar with your rights, correct, right? Okay, nothing's changed, right? Alright, so,
And I paused Exhibit 29 at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Judge, I would just say that it's Mr. Butts who agrees to continue with just that form. And I would also argue that another form is not actually needed. He did have that form in front of him. And in fact, because there was not even an invocation of a right, or there was nothing that would be, ambiguous or unequivocal, that there doesn't need to be another form signed. And Mr. Butts is clearly aware of his rights, as he stated. And he is the one who agreed to be okay with not signing another form and not going through with that.
And, Your Honor, I would argue that just because he may know his right does not dispose the government of their duty to make sure that he is read, understands his right each and every time they interview him. So the fact that they may think he knows his right does not mean that they aren't supposed to read him his right, make sure he understands and make sure that they're accurate before he waives them. That's not a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver.
And Judge, I would just say that Mr. Butts was not even under arrest for this case. There was no rights even needed.
Yeah, they testified,
He was in County Green for something else.
He was in County Green for somewhere else, but he was not in his cell. He was not on his floor. They took him to another place where he was not free to go.
Well, he wasn't free to go because of another reason, Judge, not because of anything to do with this case.
So I also learned, I heard him saying there that he went to Wayne State for college. So
That's correct, Judge.
question of whether or not you can understand is out the window for me. The male detective did offer and said that he might as well do a different form, a new form for today. And the defendant, Mr. Butts, stated it wasn't necessary, not those exact words. And he said it's the same rules. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. And are you familiar with your rights? And asked him that, and he said yes. I don't see if there was anything that was not voluntary about that interaction. So I'm going to find, or I'm going to deny your objection and find it to be voluntary.
Thank you, Judge. And Sergeant Jones, that June 1st interview was audio recorded?
Yes.
And it was also video recorded?
Yes.
Just like the day before?
Correct.
And that video, we've just seen a clip here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video statement that you took back on June 1st?
Yes.
Move for the People's Exhibit 29.
Any objection outside of the one already?
Outside of my standing objection?
Yes, it'll be admitted.
And it was also audio recorded?
Yes.
And you had a chance to review that audio?
Yes.
And that was a fair and accurate depiction of the audio recording of the interview back on June 1st?
Yes, ma'am.
And I would move for the admission of Exhibit 30.
With the same standing objection, I would admit it.
Thank you, Judge. And now I also have clips for this.
Okay.
And Judge, do you mind if I sit while I?
No, I don't mind.
Thank you. publishing, clip 1. Sorry. Yes, from exhibit 29.
Before, can I ask you, I'm not telling you, I'm asking, did you see her? Okay, so.
And you heard Mr. Butts asked if he saw her.
Correct.
Who was he referring to?
Messiah,
Okay, and when were we talking about? Denied seeing her when?
on the 9th of January, 2024.
And I'm playing clip 2.
And yeah, I think I'm going to object to the former question.
What's
Yeah,
your objection?
all we heard was, did you see her? I don't think there's enough context for her to make that statement. This is what they were talking about. If that's the question that was asked, I just asked that you go back a little bit further and play the exact question and answer.
I'm sure, Ms. Burke, you have the full interview.
I do, Judge, but it's 3 hours long.
I don't need to hear the full interview, but if she's going to answer from the simple question, did you see her? And the answer is no, that all this other information applies. I'd at least like to hear that. That's all I'm saying.
Judge, I would say that this entire interview is admitted. If the court wants to review that, I mean, I can go back a little further. It just might take 1 second. And this will be playing from just a couple of seconds back at 35:58.
Did you ask you to told her? Can I ask you? I mean, are you saying this very forward? Can I ask you? I'm not telling you, I'm asking, did you see her? Okay, so.
Judge, I would just say for context, the officer can talk about who they are talking about in general.
Just ask the question.
Who are you guys who are you and Mr. Butts and Sergeant Sullivan talking about in this interview?
Messiah Harris.
Okay. And if there's someone else that you're talking about, do you mention them by name?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, overruled.
And then going to continue with clip 2.
When did she go listen to January? 9th? So, if you know, like, how long, when was the last time you saw her before that? Right, when did she go? 2 days before. 2 days before, right? So when I said, you were at the house, because you're getting out a lot of time. Yeah.
And playing clip 3.
He said something like he was on time. Okay, so the ammunition for correction sent us his stuff, and he said, hey, this is where I was. And he had it in my back pocket. Yeah, but he had talked about a day, I don't remember which day it was, but he had talked about oil slamming and dropping car that was repaired. And he had mentioned you were there, and he mentioned Zion was there. But I didn't know, that's why I'm asking, I'm not telling you. He mentioned what he's saying, I'm not saying that, right? But,
playing clip 4.
Was anybody with you? I don't know, like I said, was there a little girl with you? Or a younger lady with you? You were by yourself? Did he drive over also? What did he do? Oh, okay, no, I'm just wondering if it was like this or something. Oh, okay.
And clip 5.
Alright, so like that night, like after you dropped it off and all that stuff, did you hotel or did you stay at home that night?
And clip 6.
She texted you on the phone. But they said she didn't have a phone, it was a phone. So she texted you from a phone number? Yeah. Or from an app, or from an app, she would text directly to your number, it was a phone number.
You're coming in as a phone, like you said, I didn't like the technology stuff, where it was coming in as a phone. Alright, okay.
I would get a call from the number.
Okay. Same number?
Yes.
Okay. Did you lock in as her? Okay.
So he
And playing clip 7.
Like that's your phone and that's her number, she's texting you from, right?
She's texting, this is
I'm going to pause at 7 seconds. What is it that you are showing Mr. Butts at this time?
We had a printed out copy of the text now messages.
Okay. And would those be the ones from people 16 to the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. I'm continuing from 7 seconds.
It's going on, and then if it's sent, that means that she sent it. If it's received, that means that he replied something to, keep that account. So this is from a text now app. So like I said, I don't know whether that was phone.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so
it converts to a phone number.
Okay, so
And in clip 8.
that's what I explained to them. But this is so weird on here, like from her, like saying, okay, you had seen this message, so I can delete your number. That's something I don't understand what that meant. Like she's deleting the message, so I so glad to say it's 60 or something. But I was like, what? She said, I want to see what's your friend. It was like, see, why did you get it? It was some stranger or something. I was like, no, he told me I started that. And then he said, I was the best.
Proceeding to clip 10.
So, even though it's deleted, right, this is all from the same app. And I want to make it clear though, I read through them and I see a lot of them where she's kind of an initiator on a lot of things. And I think she's young and she's an initiator. And I also think there's history, you guys have a relationship with each other. We're not going to, when I say we're coming to a fork in the road, what I'm trying to say to you is stay on the same path, okay? Because you're hurting, so you are hurting with all these people coming forward. Your daughter coming forward is hurting you, yes? Don't separate, stay on the path with me because your children that are out there are hurting because they're seeing all this stuff. Right? Don't let this be the next thing that they're going to see. And this is, we can go over this together, and if you have any questions, we can talk about it. Okay? So this starts here in March. Yes, 2023. And this is where she identifies who she is. Okay? And this number here, it's all your number. And it's all your number throughout all the pages. Okay? And over here is the column that says whether the person deleted the message or not. But when we talk about the nerds, once you put something out there on the internet, it's there forever. And it's on a device, and it's in your email, and it's on your account, and it's on jarvisgoogle.com. And everything that you've searched is on there. All this stuff is leading to this. And I think that there has to be a way to break the pattern. And I'm trying to get you to see a way to break this pattern. Because this pattern has been going since when this got locked up. And it may have started before that. But I think you've got a lot of heavy on you. There's a lot of heavy right here that you're holding in. And it's here. It's like that. Can you call man yourself? These are going to be different conversations, right? She's giving me Anna's number. It's very clear that this is her. She has sent all these messages, and then you finally reply. I call her. And I see she's hitting you up again, and then you reply the other, and it goes back and forth, right? So here I can kind of see she's like, I just need somebody to talk to. So I think she's kind of reaching out to you. Was she going to retire or something? So here's some more sent messages. She's tired of people telling me that they love me, and then the next minute she's crying. She keeps falling for people traps and they treat her like shit. You're the only person I really trust. She asks you, do you think I'm ugly? Right? You reply, no. She says, thank you. And you ask her, what are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, she asked you, what are you doing? Then you reply, stop messing with people and just be mine. That's not all context. Alright, so I'm going to mark that on this. Wasn't meant like that? The title. Okay, so then I see there's like a bunch of these calls and different things. I see there's a pattern here again. She's constantly, where are you? Where are you? Are you coming to get me or what? What's going on? Yes or no? It's getting late, right? received it, we know that. There's pictures, so what I'm saying is this is just a text message. So here it tells you each time there's a message sent, right? Alright, so this is still, we're still in March. Okay. Then you sent something here accompanied you. And she said, what do you mean? You said, you heard me. And she replied, you can't do that. And then she said that she'd be doing it when I want to love you. Right? She always said, love you. All of you, I love you. Like, okay, so like, oh. That's why we're talking about it, because things can get confusing, right? Alright, and we see when she sends another message, she's telling you about how she's high, right? So you're like, so? And then why are you mad? What are you doing? What is NTH? Nothing? You're back and forth, and you communicate. Then she says, here, you can only text me by this number, don't text the Google Meet number no more. But then she finally got this app and it was like a consistent number. So after this Google Meet, and you're like, yeah, so I see that there's a whole bunch of stuff in here about call her, please, call her. Is this all like trying to get you to call her grandma? Okay, and then just maybe just go down to random, I love you in there. Pull up, and then you mad at me. Why would she be wondering if you're mad at her? So I see all these sent again, right? We're still only, now we're in May. This is May. What you doing? Good morning. I miss you. I miss you too. Okay. And you sent, I can't stop thinking about you either. Yeah, see, this is received. So she said here, I can't stop thinking about you. Sent, and you replied, I can't stop thinking about you either. Or her mom do something? When was it? It was in May of last year. Do you remember it? So this is around the time that she got something with her mom. Okay, so her mom here, it's like, wow. So we'll see if we can figure out what happened between her and mom. But she keeps asking, like, don't be mad at me. Like, can you tell me why you're mad at me? Can you remember why? Maybe because we're ignoring her, or because we're busy. Well, you know, laundry bag of any contract. I mean, maybe a little. Okay, alright. So here's the one you sent, we're gonna get, I'm gonna call. Then we're gonna get to this one, which is, this is when we're gonna stay on the same path, okay? You can read this one? Didn't I make you come faster than ever? I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel alone that I can't have you? Is this? Yes, you try calling. So then it goes back and forth. And she sends you, this is in June now, okay? You want to get it from the back again? And then you asked her to send me some more pictures. Send me some pictures. That's what you said. So what pictures that I sent? You said send me some. Send me some pictures, please. Well, that's probably next week. So, and then like this is more than that, just remember what I said about, is there something maybe she's, not saying you're a victim, but is there something that she's saying to her, playing with you, right? Did she ever say anything like, I like you, sexual, anything like that, right? That's why I was asking, right? This is hard to talk about. It's like, there is something about it because these are some of the questions that we asked. And then I didn't have a sexual relationship. That's just right. We never had a sexual relationship. Yeah.
Clip 11.
So this is entertaining the thought. So I want to ask you this.
I didn't hear anything in that last clip.
I can replay it.
So this is entertaining the thought. So I want to ask you this.
Thank you.
Ready? All set?
Yes.
And clip 12.
Send me some pictures of her after she's asking you if you're going to hit her back again. As far as that goes, send me some pictures. I see some pictures that I'm wearing, some pictures that are in this outfit, something like that.
And clip 13.
Alright, now we're back to the, are you coming over? I missed you, good night, call me. Then you randomly send her and June 26th. I want some pussy. No, that wasn't, I didn't say sex, sir. I didn't say sex, sir. I said that's I said that, so. My name is so I didn't say that. I'm sorry. Like I said, maybe all times. You texted children? Yes. So this would be in Shannon's home? Whenever that number is in here, like I said. So Shannon sends you text messages on it too? I said first it was like my phone. Like I said, it's there. So you can have some plan whenever you come get me, call me when you want to tell. Call me want to tell you something. You can get some today. Now here's where you can get some pussy. This is all within seconds of each other, okay? Now here's why this is not Shannon. Because the next sentence is, tell her you have an inspection tomorrow and they come early. And this isn't discussions about, so you can call grandma.
Yes, I didn't, like I said, I've never had no such procedure. Every time I had to take my disability, I was to understand. So, as far as this goes, I don't remember this one. These,
This was meant for Shannon.
that wasn't for she used, she never asked you though, did anybody else say, hey, this is being used for her phone? That's what I say, that's only strangers, or anybody. Yeah, so, Shannon sending this phone, I can't probably for this number before, I text her for this number before, I don't know if I was broke, or understand, so she got to understand. Okay. Now, I'm gonna say, this one, my application, I remember getting this one because I was doing my inspection, I never had the first inspection.
Like, if you told them that there's an inspection in the shop, so this was come over.
I'm saying I'm sure you got it. I'm just getting that one, just right on the back, like I said, I don't know
All right, and, so are all these, good morning, babe, I love you, missed you, are you naked, is this all, we're assuming, desire, this is, she's sending them. Are you naked? I don't want to get naked. Are you mad that I didn't? Alright, so now here's where some pictures come in. This is the fit for today, which is for outfit. And she sent another picture. This is sent, and then you sent her, but I can't not inside you, so it's different.
like I said,
And she says, Ryan, you can't, did you do it before? And we said, but I had to buy a pill to do it.
I never first, and like I said, what kind of pills you talking about? As far as this goes, the instant have 65 years in versus over. That's not the question. I was saying that it was strictly because of that. I never had this sexual relationship with that. So you're saying that's probably with Shannon? Yeah. How do you know? Oh, I said, I'm trying to differentiate. How do you know when she would take over that phone? Okay. Do you remember typing that? Which one? I remember the conversation. This is something I was like, I'm reading this and the ends out like computers. I started that.
And clip 14.
So in here, she's talking about, all this is sent, look at how many she sent you. All that, all within the same amount, right? And she's apologizing for something. I didn't go see anybody, I swear, I came straight back. My friend lives right down the street, and she didn't answer, so I came back and went to sleep. I'm sorry, please. I didn't see you out for nobody, I swear.
Yeah, I remember that was that's about, she told me, well, she tell me shit, I heard her she's out, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. So I said to her about it, as she was, my friend,
So why is she calling you vague? You never corrected you guys probably go back and forth and say, this is not a police uncle conversation. You may not have been looking at it a certain way, but she's looking at you a different way. Does that make sense?
And clip 15.
So there's like 2,000 messages, I'm not going to try to sit here and read them all, right? So this is where, yeah. This is still in June, a lot of stuff going on in June. Are you still picking up Janaya? And you asked when, she said today, you said no, she said why, and you said it's just me and you, because I was never picking her up. She says, okay, I really like that it's only me and you. I go, why would I did, let's say you didn't. I said, why say that to her? It was just me and you, because I wasn't allowed. So that's how I Alright, so this is still the same day. Okay? She said, let's get that here. Because I was never picking her up, I really wanted that. You really didn't want her there, no way. That's what you said. I know I didn't want her there. This is not that I'm not picking her up. This is why. And you should have said why. Because she do too much in your mind. Mind. And Shannon said that she said no for today. I know she said no for today. And she says the meaning is your mind and mine only, the dick and all of your own mind. So this is about what you said. So this is about the time that you said, that was like blew your mind away. She thought about your neighbor. And she says, I want to know the meaning when you say I'm yours. I said, it's not like a role playing. She's getting a little stronger and more stronger. You still?
And clip 16.
It was never a session. It was never physical. It was never a session. Well, this is sexual. I'm saying this across physical. Right? Not sexual. Right. So just so you understand, this is sexual. Right. Not sexual. So not sexual. It's all sexual. You're saying you're talking about it, you just never did. So this is like sexual. I want to know the meaning when you say the word, this continues to, you're agreeing here that this was texting and for entertaining it, so you never follow up on this. Right, that's what I'm saying. This is just role play. You were just sitting here talking, and you got to follow up, and it continues. I'm just.
And clip 17.
Okay. These pictures that she sent, what were the pictures? I know you didn't do it. So what? Describe the pictures to me. If I didn't know what the picture looked like, describe what it would be. like top to bottom, or, but you could tell who it was.
That was a little bit hard to hear. What photos? How did he describe the photos?
He described one of the photos that she had taken a picture in the bedroom wearing like some lingerie, nighty clothes. That some of the pictures she was nude, that she was nude from top to bottom. That some of them were a little blurry, but he could still tell that it was her.
And clip 18.
Then here you asked her, this is now in July.
I'm just going to pause at 6 seconds to.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes, please. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. I just was informed we need to take a restroom break. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Good?
Yeah.
We got it straight. I walked over there and walked back. I walked over there, and went straight. Yeah, they actually got it yesterday. They got it right back on.
It's right down
You
there.
walked over where?
I don't know if this
To the Guardian building.
think so. Okay.
It's cold out there.
Right. That cold.
It's cold
I
enough.
had a cold
First of
on.
all, it is that cold.
It felt, well, I had a hoodie, a coat, and,
You got the uniform.
my hat, yeah.
Yeah, y'all uniforms.
And I was walking fast. Shoot.
I'll be walking fast. I'll be running out there sometimes. Don't get in here be crying.
I had a truck. Right. It's cold. I mean, it is, but I didn't get cold. Yeah. Me either. I needed to exercise. I do too.
Right.
I'm just joking.
He walked to the Guardian building today. He was being strong. So, it's the cold.
It's freezing, baby.
Right.
You know when the
This one did it? Oh.
You ain't lying.
Great. He did it.
the Superman right here.
Yeah. He probably had no hat on his head.
Oh, I had my hat on.
Yeah.
And my ears covered up.
Oh, okay, look at you. He's prepared.
When I crossed the street, I had to keep pulling my
Okay.
I was like to see after.
Yeah. So everybody back online. Yeah, they said they did. It was like you said, everybody know PPO. They was trying to switch over to 2024 to 2000. Yes.
So-
But they got, and I started asking because
You okay over there?
I started talking.
Okay, in there.
See,
You get a little sore. I know, right? That's how to get up. I said, come over here tomorrow.
You
Oh,
have
you
to
not
pay
here
for
tomorrow?
Medicare, but you have to see it
You here tomorrow?
Well, I don't know if I can. Reloading, that's all.
for Medicare.
I mean, if I can get 10.
When you turn 65, we pay you.
My other stuff?
You have to pay for it, but they stop paying it from your regular
She's not
insurance.
there. This one,
You
I'm
still
not
get,
tomorrow.
you still have that along
This
with
one,
it. And your primary becomes Medicare or vice versa. One of them becomes your primary, so you pick up whatever you cover. But you still have to get
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, we
Well,
got
you
some.
don't pay a premium. Like, the only way you pay a premium.
One.
like,
I have to do 20. Now I'm 10. I got 4 exams.
Well, we'll.
There, we have 12 sided.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then she took off Wednesday, but she got to come back and finish in 2 days. So we added Wednesday, but it's looking like we're gonna add tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So I have PCCs at 8:30, but the first exam at 11, so we're gonna have to do maybe 9:30, 10, maybe later.
Okay.
To finish. Yeah. And in that time where we're not interrupted, right?
Right.
Usually, she was trying to tell me when you put into social security and all that stuff, you don't know what conversation you had with people there for social security. So they give you a break to sign up, but you can't do this. Like that, wow. You signed up. Guess I'm getting straight back in. Huh? Say I'll get it straight back in. I mean, you know,
Lance?
Yes. It's not anymore. You ready?
Oh, yeah, ready.
okay, sir.
Use the restroom?
Thank you.
Yeah, we're back on the record. Oh, we need to go back on the record.
Oh, that's me, no.
Oh, you have to press.
You want me?
Not sure why it wasn't.
It said you exceeded 8 hours.
Did it say that?
Yes.
It said that?
It said you exceeded 8 hours, the call is ended.
Oh, I didn't know that, all right.
I've never seen that. Just because I didn't pause it or. Wow, okay.
Oh, you gotta let me, let us see where it is.
Okay. Get back on.
Oh, it's still live.
Okay. All right, we took a brief 5-minute break and also a sidebar. We're back on the record, 2459617, the People of State of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. We took a brief moment to have sidebar with all council to discuss timing. We've all agreed that we cannot finish today by 4:30 or 5 o'clock, and that this would be a good time to break until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
And we'll come back at 10 o'clock and hopefully finish tomorrow with by no arguments and being done with the case tomorrow by 4:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record?
Nothing
No,
further.
Judge, thank you.
Okay, you're done for today. All right, now to our docket.
Yes, to our back.
That's gonna go.
Everything, that's gonna go.
Why did you?
I don't know who did it.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored.